The roses aren't as pretty, the sun isn't quite as high, the birds don't sing as sweet of a lullaby. The stars seem a little bit faded, the clouds just a little more gray, and it feels like things won't ever be the same. Heaven got another angel tonight. You left this world behind. Heaven got a little better the day it took you away from me. I'm missing you tonight. I'll see you again sometime. For now I'll close my eyes and dream of heaven tonight. The beaches aren't as lovely, the sky isn't quite as blue, still they're sweetened by the memory of you. The rain is a little bit colder, the fire is never quite as warm, still it seems that heaven isn't all that far. Heaven got another angel tonight. You left this world behind. Heaven got a little better the day it took you away from me. I'm missing you tonight. I'll see you again sometime. For now I'll close my eyes and dream of heaven tonight. Spend a little more time now with the things that mean a little bit more. I'm noticing the wonders of this world. I love with a little more hope now. I live with a little more peace, 'cause I understand how precious life can be. Oh, heaven got another angel tonight. You left this world behind. Heaven got a little better the day it took you away from me. I'm missing you tonight. I'll see you again sometime. For now I'll close my eyes
Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. O Son of the Supreme, I have made, O Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? O Son of the Supreme, I have made, O Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. O Son of the Supreme, I have made, O Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? O Son of the Supreme, I have made, O Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? supreme. I have made. I have made.
You may all be seated. Yahweh, and a very warm greetings to each and everyone. Kule yoroid imle roari long manat. Kienyo yolat. Im aule prorar kovado. I welcome you to the Major Baha'i Center. My name is Nevo Korean, and I will be your MC today. Before we proceed to our program, if I may kindly ask those of us sitting in this room, if we can turn our devices to silent mode. Kumol. Without further ado, I will now call upon Mr. Sultan Korean to deliver the welcoming remarks on behalf of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the Marshall Islands.
Mukodada iganan di alakam molol nganan jamarilang kun yawayim kajabarangan jamin jamalak ngan kajawit kajojo. The Baha'i Continental Board of Counselors, representatives of the supreme body of the Baha'i faith, the Universal Lodge of Justice, Councillor Risia Baginas, and Councillor Kirk Johnson. Religious leaders, Trugagiruan Kabung, the government, Yuroj Walter Lailang, Leroj Esther Sedagaya, the government of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, His Excellency President David Kadua, Honorable Minister Wilbur Heine, Honorable Minister Kudalang Kadua, Honorable Speaker Kedi, Honorable Senators of the Parliament, Lidiyala, Chief Justice Carl Ingram, the Diplomatic Corps, the Board of Regents of the College of the Marshall Islands, senior management and staff, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President of the University of the South Pacific, Dr. Masaso Paunga, management and staff, ladies and gentlemen, Yagoyim good morning, Manalip. Below the National Spiritual Assembly, Baha'i Royal Majalin in Taafaki family. Igan pagyanin im lewat, am nanin karwainine yoyaman tada, ngan kumalip. Im kumar kubado gilo chipungon rainin. Choje kubado chipungon rainin. Ngan kaudeje, yememeje, mlelagar nabarum kamolol, nganine jeden poro iperwat, late Dr. Irene Taafaki. Kun meurewan yon lalim. Chon meurin kujejedo, kade imaje alak. En wadi lo charabalagwan et chabangan kabung yawan pahayawat. Again, what Chono ma Ruben Punin, an army with them ditch, army in Majal, Kienewar, Yimbanda de War. Ejabin nan an arrow Camilli Jogo Conan, Dr. Irene, an Erolgan Kabungan Pahilo Majalin, Imgan Charabin Kalak Island Gain, Iloan Rongan Yun and Charabal, Elaptada Ilo Charabal in Chalalojan, Yimanet. Yiding Chagoyan Arcanic in Kailubuk, Elang Roreda, Rorajala Kachin, Chen Chicken Charabalawan, Kabungawan, in Chen Chicken Wooden did, Ilo Majalin and Pelagin Lalin. Raining Chenajarong, Chenelang Ror, Rajalakachin, in Redagi, Romatan, Dr. Irene, Renat, Pabanato Gagi, Imemolage, M1 Goan, Ilotrain, Moran, Yumchimjon Multino Yogo. Et Kananewar, Elaptadain, Palen Charabalagoan, Panwan Malong and Kajaraman Kajil Yung Chakalat. Parchonan Ilo at the National Spiritual Assembly, Paharilo Majalin and Pamela and Dr. Taafaki, Majorun Nejin, Chibuyero, Kabin Loro Air, Kamole Komalep, Can Kawado Ginamilo Chipon Rainin. I would like to first of all give my utmost gratitude to God Almighty for His endless love and protection to each and every one of us. On behalf of the National Spiritual Assembly, of the Baha'is of the Marshall Islands, and the Taafaki family, I take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to all of you who have gathered here this morning. We gather this morning to pay tribute, to pay our respects, and express our gratitude to one who is beloved and dear to all of us, late Dr. Irene J. Taafaki. We remember late Dr. Irene for her life of service, a life she lived of dedication and commitment, of sacrifice, reflected in her service not only to the Baha'i faith, but also to our government and people of this country. Words cannot explain the immense contribution late Dr. Irene had made towards her faith and nation building throughout her 20 years of service in the Marshall Islands, particularly in the field of education and the revival of Marshallese traditional arts and crafts. Her sudden passing was a great shock to many of whom were close to her, to those who knew her from her workplace, from her faith, and from many other places in the country and around the world. Today we will hear many beautiful stories about the noble life that late Dr. Irene led throughout her 70 years of life on this earth. It is our greatest wish that late Dr. Irene Taafaki's legacy lives on. Once again, on behalf of the National Spiritual Assembly and the Taafaki family, I thank you all for being here this morning. Kumoldada.
I will now call upon the Major Baha'i Youths to lead us with the prayer song. Kumol for the beautiful song. At this time, I will now call upon Ms. Toji and Jorogan to recite a Marshallese prayer, followed by another prayer in English by Ms. Olia Pedro.
O ani jagani, emejau kota ko ajim cholak peripam, emol ko jiru jolak per ruteriamo. O ani jagani, emejau cepala ko ajangan yuk, emol ko jiru jolak per, yo chalak jangan, yo brakencut. O ani jagani, emejau curuk peniloton caraman yo am. Imilo kwe eber caramanan menodem jit ilo lang imilo law o ani jagani emaja makajawa jangan ipam imiamol pujur jolok per irojo yo brakencoy o ani jagani ikat tabarangana ira ke jendenin wainin jojo am jenlang yamol pujur letok yo brakencoy yo ruderiamo yo remarong o ani jagani ikamole we yamajam kwalo kada yawam kagarmol kalumur yawam yum chidungan lautak chen lang injo yawam menio ena keba kwaikum nganiok purwon ro yum rechuden poro hipam ejara man wadayo yamajan chirokpin ilo toyo am yakajor im chirok terere nugunuk yo am eromak ikachuduk o hiroj an ole warmi jodum chich im kingin menugo chijelo im ko chichebloi kan kajor yo am kan ude yo am imam kajor patata yam kamane boyada en merong cheje kan pen inai bojo yo am ilubilien Rejarawa roam romol, im ceje go anro rujumai, na cemin paparai gier, cenair pokota koit ngan meramin turun mejam, pokoya ni jen ronga jaga im parai no tani jinuwa.
O Lord, O thou whose mercy hath encompassed all, whose forgiveness is transcendent, whose bounty is sublime, whose pardon and generosity are all embracing, and the lights of whose forgiveness are diffused throughout the world. O Lord of glory, I entreat thee fervently and tearfully to cast upon thy handmaiden who hath ascended unto thee the glances of the eye of thy mercy. Robe her in the mantle of thy grace, bright with the ornaments of the celestial paradise, and sheltering her beneath the tree of thy oneness. Illumine her with her face with the lights of thy mercy and compassion. Bestow upon thy heavenly handmaiden, O God, the holy fragrances born of the spirit of thy forgiveness. Cause her to dwell in a blissful abode. Heal her griefs with the balm of thy reunion, and, in accordance with thy will, grant her admission to thy holy paradise. Let the angels of thy loving kindness descend successfully upon her, and shelter her beneath thy blessed tree. Thou art verily the ever-forgiving, the most generous, the all-bountiful.
I will now call upon Councilor Kirk Johnson to read a letter from the Universal House of Justice, the supreme governing body of the Baha'i Faith based in Haifa, Israel.
I have the bounty of reading this message from the Universal House of Justice, but to preface it, I just want to mention that the National Spiritual Assembly of the Marshall Islands, as well as the family, the Taafaki family, have received messages from across the globe, from communities and individuals and institutions that they were fortunate to serve alongside over the past many years, many decades. The National Assembly has received letters of condolences from the National Assemblies in the Pacific, including New Zealand and Hawaii, Marshall Island, Mariana Islands, Caroline Islands, Kiribati, but also National Spiritual Assemblies of the United Kingdom, where Irene was originally from and came out to the Pacific when she was 24 years old, as well as India, where she lived and served for over a decade, as well as the little community that she served in, this little mountain community in Western India, and the school that she served at, and the local spiritual assembly of that town is also written to the Taafaki family. But I have the honor of reading the message from the Universal House of Justice. To the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the Marshall Islands. Dear Baha'i friends, the Universal House of Justice was saddened to learn of the passing of one of your members, consecrated handmaiden of the Blessed Beauty, Irene Taafaki. Her many services to the cause of God, including as an international pioneer to your country and as a member of your National Assembly for a quarter of a century, are recalled with warm appreciation. Also remembered are her contributions to the field of education and the promotion of the arts. Kindly convey to her husband and children, as well as other family members and loved ones, the heartfelt condolences of the House of Justice for the loss they have sustained, and assure them of its supplications in the holy shrines for the progress of her illumined soul throughout the eternal realms. Prayers will also be offered that, through the unfailing mercy of the Almighty, they may all find peace and comfort at this time of parting. With loving Baha'i greetings, Department of the Secretariat.
We will now hear a statement from the Continental Board of Counselors for Australasia, Pacific Geographic Group, from Councillor Rusia Bagines.
To the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the Marshall Islands, dearest co-workers, with our hearts full of love, we extend our heartfelt condolences to your community and to the Taafaki family on the passing of dear Irene. This sudden loss is no doubt a shock to your institution as it is to ours. And your community and Irene's family are now uppermost in our collective prayers. One of our colleagues, Councillor Kesharu from Papua New Guinea, is in Haifa at present and will be visiting the Blessed Shrine of Baha'u'llah today to offer prayers for the comfort of your hearts and for the progress of our dear sister soul in the spiritual worlds. Irene's life began in England, and at a youthful age of only 24, she arose to pioneer to Kiribati and then to India for a full decade, and then returning to the Pacific, has pioneered in the Marshall Islands for more than 30 years. Her adult life began as a pioneer and ended as one. She went on pilgrimage as a young woman in her early 20s, and the beloved hand of the cause, Mr. Furutan, held her hands in his and said, "I will not let go until you promise me you will go pioneering." She promised, and before long, she was in the midmost heart of the Pacific Ocean. We can just imagine the love and praise heaped upon her by the concourse on high as she now enters the sea of light in the world of mysteries. This tablet of the beloved Master rushes to our minds as we contemplate this beautiful life of service and pioneering of dear Irene. Wherefore, look not on the degree of your capacity. Ask not if you are worthy of the task. Rest ye your hopes on the help and loving kindness, the favors and bestowals of Baha'u'llah. May my soul be offered up for his friends. Urge on the steed of high endeavor over the field of sacrifice, and carry away from this wide arena the prize of divine grace. O ye handmaids of the merciful Lord, how many queens of this world laid down their heads on a pillow of this world, laid down their heads on a pillow of dust and disappeared. No fruit was left of them, no trace, no sign, not even their names. For them, no more granting of bestowals. For them, no more living at all. Not so the handmaids who ministered at the threshold of God. These have shone forth like glittering stars in the skies of ancient glory, shedding their splendors across the reaches of time. These have fulfilled their dearest hopes in the Abba paradise. They have tasted the honey of reunion in the congregation of the Lord. Such souls as these profited from their existence here on earth. They plucked the fruit of life. As for the rest, there surely came upon them a time when they were a thing not spoken of. It is our cherished hope that the friends in your community draw inspiration from her life and arise as never before to win the goals of the sacred 9-year plan. With our love and tender affection for you and your dearest community, Rishapakines, on behalf of the Pacific Geographic Group of Counselors.
My apologies. I had skipped an item. If I may call upon Mr. Freddie Demoy to read the translation, the Marshallese translation of the letter read by Councillor Kirk from the Universal House of Justice.
One National Spiritual Assembly, Ewan Baha'i, Royal Marshall Island. Dear Baha'i Rocham Sarai, Universal House of Justice, our Brumuch in Chalai, Kanchagoan Chunian member Romatami, Karayo Rujalagan, Wuleo yo Imuch Karamani, Irene Taafaki. Charbal Elankoan, Gankadagin Ananich, Yogoba, Enuchun international pioneer, Nganlalo Ami, Imenuchun, your Ruan National Assembly of Ami, human Rongol Alim Iogo. Age Wawinko, Kamis Kimiji, Im Kamolol Kagi, Kanburu Yamol. Menago Chet Marong Ememalogi, Ejigo Konan, Gankaman, Gan Charabalin Chalalagan. Im kono malak charbalin pe im kabelko chouch im tilmaga yalok ngan ligo yurudrun emajriro nijiro im parainot rochet rajiwan pamle wairo im karajaro nanin bromuch yo yumulal chen out of justice kan chagoyin emajan chele der yumun chediyen aytok im lelak kajidigrik nganir payanat kamman char imowargo ilo lebko rokko jarjar puchet bu wan ermak en marang wonmalak ilo awleb lal udum chis ngan indreo najabar kamman charko puyidok chan tiryamo yawan yo ekajur padata ime jamin ligijap ran marang awleb lo haileman yim chogone ilo terein yim richebelok chendron kun yagoan Baha'i department yawan secretary.
If I may call upon one of late Dr. Irene's granddaughters to read a quotation from the Baha'i writings, Miss Sierra Sam.
Thou hast asked me concerning the nature of the soul. Know, verily, that the soul is a sign of God, a heavenly gem whose reality the most learned of men hath failed to grasp, and whose mystery no mind, however acute, can ever hope to unravel. It is the first among all created things to declare the excellence of its creator, the first to recognize his glory, to cleave to his truth, and to bow down in adoration before him. Baha'u'llah.
Friends, the staff and students from the University of the South Pacific will now sing a song. Komoltada USP for the beautiful song. The song that was just sung was one of Irene's favorite songs. At this time, if I may call upon Irene Walter Lailang to deliver his remarks, which will be said by one of his sons.
Molimchi. Ina pajiri kilo dan alabio. Jemmeron kubado kilo yini. Bello nangan mi kilo en pun. Kenan kilo moda ani kilo Chipungon Raini, Kile Rudi, Speaker of Minister Rain, you all Piroyum, Alabro. Chipun Raini, Nodar Malalagan Yeni, Copada Pilo Yeni. Yotan Lalago, not Cobao Gilo Yeni, Chemaroncar Cobado, Lo Nagami Paga Chep Pami, the Chemagayan Lo Yeni, and Cobao Gilo Yeni, even at Pagli. But you are Glay Gagirin and Pai. Tada pamrin merar kile lalabin pen matami lo chipungon rai mengata echem merong kubado ar jodo win merong tukilo yadan ane nane alabi kamole lolip paega pamrin Laptada alaguan purijin, na lewat kamol, benino mol.
Kumol Tata. At this time, if I may call upon the Honorable Kudulang Kabwa to deliver the remarks on behalf of the government of the Marshall Islands. Alabama Mall MC. Moda jina podo chicho yonan. Mono yilamla kicha Patawa and I got to Talewan Kien. But I will about the way Marong Pokona, 9 again Kieno Yolap, Cap Kieno and Cachoyo Island, Ilo Madeline. Moda Daigan Cobalgalunan in Jaro. Imcamolole, and it Merojilang. And in Choy, and in the Riamo. Ignan kile rudor roari lo manit roy roar le roy rojiner kabala bro royer imchon kile jono langan roy Walter Lailang iminar konuno ilotan ulinagin dijin kila alabewan purijin parainot ignan kile rudor roari do kien His Excellency President David Kabwa, First Lady Ochiner, Honorable Speaker Kenneth Kedi, Karanchibi Ochiner, Minister Ro, Senator Ro, Chun Kile Janolak, Kobay Tongan, Yininit, Iroy Roar, Kablero Ochiner, Owner Reulo Meumir, Meumani Roy, Chairman Kapro Matan Rutel Minimani Roy. Kile Minister Wan Education, Minister Bulba Raini, no the Charapalagain late Dr. Irene Taafaki, at Jolak Chidu Take, Chidu Ilo Rayo Angela Lagajan. Kile Olabrugian Romatar, Ijin. The members of the Diplomatic Corps, thank you for joining the government in this viewing. All of Rainijin, Joan Kile, Ngan National Spiritual Assembly on Bahay, Tigin Kabungin, Member Roan Kabungin, Im Kulem Kaudeje, Pamlin and late Dr. Irene Taafaki, Dr. Falai family, our recognition to you. Elaban pin menin konono ilo yen mit. Ayalabar gude pwe talewi na ni rojo roar kap kiyeno yolap kap kiyeno wan ka jojo island. As we all understand, here in the Marshall Islands, one of the most important events is during funerals, because it is when families and friends get together as one and share in whatever feelings come from events like these, dark events like these. And I understand that the countries and cultures throughout the Pacific, the Tuvaluan culture also shares this type of belief. Today, this morning, we are honored that the national government, representatives from the municipalities could join in with the family and the members of this faith in our remembrance of a dear friend, late Dr. Irene Taafaki. Rainin imawakan riperodok, tinayarong yakin puebenado ko, tabarako late Dr. Irene armarongin kamani ilo meurinan. Juaneo me Juan rukonono ete marongin kudubuji awalben katabaragin tabarako ilo minidagin rakadu ina konono. Imagine konono dagin chokonan ngan kieneo ngan armijin majal. Chinungulia Dr. Irene at Jolak. Aruban punin pen langat jalalagajan ilo majalin. Elton Payne Captain Wanen ilo majalin alaban med. MTGLOE ilo rain rital ilo video. Rujugu roa rainin rore charabaliturun pamlewan rain matan ilo kabungin. Jagoinan Dr. Irene ar kailbak kejut. Kenminin jajalage chuaneome elungal lap kulan. In the 30 years that Dr. Irene had spent here in the Marshalls, and throughout her life, I don't think it is ample enough time for one person to speak about all of her achievements, the great deeds that she has conducted in the sparing and little minutes that we have to speak. And throughout this day, in the hours that are coming, we will hear beautiful stories about Dr. Irene. So I will just speak on behalf of the government and what she has done through her work for the government. For the 30 years that she has served here in the Marshall Islands, specifically in the area of education, her footprint is deep. We see it through our leaders who had once been students under her lead. We see it in the students today. We see it in the people that serve and work next to her, her colleagues here in this church, friends, her family. Her passing was a great shock to us. And this is one way that we know that she had and had been deeply entrenched in our lives. Jalage jalak puromit ngay jalak yakwe. Rana wadi tata kumuro Dr. Irene ar tiedu turun doon. Kapela kawan manitayak duduk ko panali de Lucia mai. Ayat arkamane chuanan speed. Emi arkono to kailagan. Emi lo tibi jawan chuaneo nan arkwalwe. Chuanano mel bagar jatake. Nanin, ba armijin majal, mantin majal. Chuaneo chuan manideo ela yaguye. Meanwar. Elaban kan nabar ke armijin majal. Kan manidinar, manidin yaguin, manidin meanwarin, manidin myron kaudejeron. Ailoar lale wewinan Dr. Irene magadugut imeur idurul yumun iyo warallang. Uninan marungan meur idurul jarabali idurul. Ekanage magi ela puruan yagwe kap meanwar pen. Ejenot kut. One of the last moments, or the last moment that I had spent with Dr. Irene was at the Ludokupanalele opening, or Manite opening at the CMI campus last week. And she had made a statement. I had made a statement after her. And in her statement, one of the things that she had said resonated deeply within me. She had said, from all the places that she has traveled and lived in, though she may not be Marshallese by blood, by heritage, but she recognizes that the Marshallese culture is beautiful because it is a culture of kindness. It is a culture of love. And all the years that Dr. Irene and her family had spent here in the Marshalls, how did it work? How was she so able to work with us and seamlessly help us revive and strengthen our culture, help us educate our students, our people, help improve the quality of life in general? It was because she had a heart full of love and kindness, just like our culture is central to. So this loss is, yes, a shock, but the legacy that she leaves is one that is vast, one that is immense. And on behalf of the government, on behalf of His Excellency President Kabua, Honorable Speaker Katie, Chief Justice Ingram, our senators, our ministers, our government workers, our Council of Irod, we want to say, Komoltada, Dr. Irene, for all that you have done for us, and all that you will continue to do through your legacy for the people of the Marshall Islands and the global community. Dr. Falai and family, your family here in the Marshall Islands stands behind you. We strengthen you and your family and give you all of our Yahweh during this hard time. Kinanagin rayet, kilem kaude jolib, im kachatabani jin jep jamalagan kajaramane pamlein, im kajuj kajuju mol. Kumultada, Honorable Kadalang Kabua. This time, if I may call upon Mr. Wilmar Joel to read a quotation from the Baha'i writings.
Ejaraman chidip yo ilo yeneo e chebelak chen en puneo herreo im e kwajarajar chen awle pelamna koroan nan armijin lalin chidibin e meur im magdagat ekkarangan an kilan regamanaman yoan im realangai paradise yo eudistada Ijo reservaruan lang. Im res riamanak an chicken ko road estada. Na cheviole. Im reganan roan anich. Im ro anich agar kalidir. Ranach pigode puyen matair. Chedabi nenas konono iper. Im churongir kentago chelmai. Ilan kar chibarek yalewan ngananich. Irojin haulip lalodum chich.
I will now call upon the Measure Baha'i youths to sing us a song. We will now hear a special remark from the College of the Marshall Islands Board of Regents, delivered by Ms. Marie Madison.
Yokoy. Pero da lagon kaude ome yo jito jan kinan mayal minister kudulang arkwalawi, especially to the family of Dr. Taafaki. Give you special recognition this on behalf of the board of the College of the Marshall Islands. I know that the college has been doing its wake, and last night they did their candlelight service. And the remarks last night was given by the chairperson of the CMI Board of Regents, Irene. So I'm just adding on to what she said at the candle service. But because Irene was a friend, we went back. There were some words expressed earlier about nation building, culture. I mean, you've been involved in all of this. I can understand the attraction that our first president, Amata Kabua, had for you, the Taafakis. You're both from islands like us. Big island like England, like a kingdom. And small islands, low-lying islands like Tuvalu or the Marshall Islands. So you understood and understand our situation. And some of us, we've been talking about education in the early years, like Dr. Hilda, Aini, Piram Stegi, ones that have passed on, like Sister Dorothy Nook, Evelyn Cano. I can say that, it took me some time. I still cannot accept that she has passed on as a friend. We're the oldest in the CMI board when we meet. So we can understand, we have our own communication, sort of. We could understand each other. We can understand our jokes, all the trials that we've gone through. Because when she came, we've already been talking. We've had 2 task force on education at the beginning of our government. And the question was, education for what? So the what was sort of discussed, but then how, the purposes and all of that, those needed to be discussed and ironed out. One of the first projects of the Asian Development Bank, after we became member of that bank, was on education, improvement of education. What came out of it was a 10-year education master plan. And there were consultants that came to help with the implementation of this plan. And part of it was on education, of course, teacher training and all of that, which was very important. And Dr. Irene Taafaki was one of those experts in the field. And she didn't just come and go like other experts, but she came and they stayed. I mean, it was a really good deal for the government because we have the 2 for the price of, I don't know if it was cheaper, 2 doctors helping our government, our president at that time. And ever since they've been here. So in the book that she wrote with Maria Fowler,
about traditional medicine. In the introduction, they discussed the attributes, the roles of Marshallese women, the different ones. So she understood very well, probably knew more than I did, and the cultures that we had, especially of medicine, because she and Maria really worked on the book. So this week, we had the WoodMe conference, 36 years of operation, ongoing, of being alive. And every year, we would select one of those attributes for Marshallese women to focus on those. And so this year's attribute that we picked up is on resilient women. Irene was such a person, really. I mean, she was always there, as far as I know. When we attended, we were on the scholarship boards, we met there. Board of NTC board, we were there with this. So we had a lot of chance to discuss a lot of things about education. One of the other attributes of Marshallese women is Jineri Lokubo. So she was a Jineri Lokubo, mother who molds the family, mothers who mold the society. So she did that. She was always there. And as an educator, she opened our eyes, nothing was impossible. When you bring up an idea that, yeah, we can work on that. There was always that possibility of improvement, expansion, and digging into the culture and bringing it to be taught and to be promoted, like in the College of the Marshall Islands. When President Amitabh Kabua brought in USP, there were a number of us who were concerned because CMI was just starting to be on its own from the College of Micronesia. So Hilda was at the College of the Marshall Islands then, when it became a 2-year college. We worked on the accreditation. I was the Secretary of Education then. And when I went to the, we exchanged actually. She came to the Ministry of Education and I went to the college. At that time, we were working on the accreditation of the college with the Western Associations of Schools and Colleges. And therefore, the college became on its own. So while the concern was whether USP will take all the resources and leave little to the college, actually we tried to complement the work of each other between the two higher education institutes here. So that's how, when we recruited for the president of the College of the Marshall Islands, and Irene applied, I said, wow, that's really nice. I mean, after all this time, and then she's going to be really bringing wonderful things to the college. So we're very grateful to the family, to you, Dr. Taafaki, because you've been a team, really. The Marshall Islands has been really lucky, fortunate to have the two of you coming at this time when it's part of our nation building phases that we've gone through. So thank you very much. And I still have to accept that Irene is gone. Somehow I always think that she's over there somewhere. But when good people pass on to the next life, we wonder, why is it that this person left? They were doing so well. You remember Tony DeBroom? I mean, he was very close to Tuvalu as well. And he was doing such a good job, I mean, with the climate change and all of that. and then he died. So you wonder, why do people pass on to another life when they're doing so much? But I'm sure she left a lot. She left a lot of her knowledge, her dreams, her vision with a lot of us, not just with the family, but with all the students of University of South Pacific and students of the College of the Marshall Islands. So her legacy goes on. So thank you very much. And on behalf of the board of the College of the Marshall Islands, you know, we are with you. We are your family. Thank you.
Kumoltada, Ms. Marie Madison. I will now call on the Deputy Vice Chancellor from the University of the, apologies. Dr. Hilda Heine to deliver her remarks on behalf of the University of the South Pacific. Thank you.
Kumol. Good morning. Yago yang ana olive lu chupon in Irene. Kaude jim kamolol iroj chameri lankan Irene mungkin kejbarawan ngan kejuj kacuju. Kaude jim parenot kamolol iroj roar rojoan prejin parenot olive rojo lo council an iroj parenot wana reo. Kaude president yoarem cabinet yoan speaker vice speaker reo ima oliven roilo ni di jalayo kile minister ketlang kapua yo ardugulo dan kieneo parenot minister Wilbur Haini kile memperroan tupulmete koreo kanan parenot kile chairman wan podo wan CMI yang parenot meri roje de lo podin Dr. Ponga Deputy Vice Chancellor wan University of South Pacific me ardo jan Fiji nganan perilo occasion ina gilo program ginan Dr. Irene melaptada community wan pahai ilo mejeroin kaudit kumaolep parenot Dr. Falai family nan kamolo lo kujuj merong kubai pendron lo chupong nin raini menge chapchuan kubado webruru ak plan wana ni chichamele lagi chi kamolo lo merong peri pendron chuponin. I speak today as the Pro-Chancellor of the University of the South Pacific, a position I believe Dr. Irene had a hand in making it possible. I actually accused her, Dr. Irene, of orchestrating my appointment to this position. She left, so I guess I will never know whether she had a hand in this or not. But I'm thankful for this, and I speak today as Pro-Chancellor of the USP, and I thank the USP community for being here also this morning. This occasion is both a solemn one, as we pay our last respect to Dr. Irene, as well as a celebratory one. While we are mourning the loss of Dr. Irene, we have more reasons to celebrate her life and legacy. The many accomplishments she had made as a Marshallese citizen, the fact that she made a difference for Marshallese and Marshallese education and culture. Dr. Irene came to the Marshall Islands in the, I think, late 80s or early 80s. We thought then as another Howley, another white person, among many that come and go. We're used to having so many visitors, such as Irene. Except both Irene and Palai stayed, and they've stayed ever since. They both made their mark on the Marshallese community and culture. In the case of Dr. Irene, she was a powerhouse in education, culture, and innovation. For close to 20 years, she was the face of USB in the RMI and in the Micronesia region as the campus director of the USB Center here in Majuro. As such, she built the USB campus in the RMI from the ground up. We actually conspire and convince President Loyak's government to purchase the current USB campus facilities. It was being sold at the time, and we were looking for a facility to host the campus. And we saw that opportunity, and she and I made a bid for it and got President Loyak to agree to allocate money to purchase that campus. So we conspire on quite a number of things, but I'll leave those for another time. I believe the only reason Dr. Irene left her director position at USB because personnel policies of the university does not allow employment beyond a certain age. Otherwise, she'd probably still be at USB until now. Dr. Irene was transformative in her approach and always remained focused on her students. At USB, and I believe both at CMI, she mentored potential leaders, young as well as older students, and saw to it that their skills and talents are nurtured and their talents brought out. Building confidence in others is one of her many gifts. At her current role at CMI, she continued to play a key role in higher education in the Marshall Islands. She has left her mark at CMI as well. We only have to look at the physical appearance of the CMI campus and see the transformation she made in such a short time. New programs have been introduced and others being planned. We can only imagine what CMI would become had she been given a longer presence there. Dr. Irene's passion for education is the hallmark of her legacy. This is shown in the many graduates she mentored at both USB and CMI. Many went on to graduating from universities abroad. These graduates have returned and are in important positions in government and the private sectors, leaving their marks on their country and the people. Through these educated young people, Dr. Irene's legacy will live on. There are indeed reasons to celebrate Dr. Irene's impactful life and many gifts to us. I always admire Dr. Irene's research focus, which I found to be very practical and useful, rather than theoretical and questionable. Her research and collaborations with Maria Fowler into the Marshallese traditional medicinal plants, treatments, and women's role in that honored not only the culture, but the women's role in that as well. She continued that work when recently she became the chair of the Task Force on Traditional Medicine with the goal of integrating traditional medicines into the health system. I believe a task force that is still ongoing. The Taafaki-Fowler collaboration continued through the Jagir Research Project, another noteworthy gift to Marshallese, where she nurtured and mentored a group of weavers, many older and younger women as well, and brought out their gifts as excellent weavers for all of us to enjoy. I wrote in the foreword to one of the to the publication, Clothing Mats of the Marshall Islands, the history, the culture, and the weavers that under Dr. Irene's leadership, and I quote, the USP Chakiyer program enabled weavers to learn and share the cultural knowledge and customs associated with the fine mats, while also building an exciting and sustainable creative industry. From the Chakiyer project, we witnessed a renaissance of sort, and Chakiyer a renewed interest and appreciation for this special art. Most of not all of us have a Chakiyer hanging on our walls at home or in offices. It became the gift of choice for important visitors, and we have all learned about the history of Chakiyer and its place in our traditional society. We also learned to appreciate this art, and the young women began to wear the Chakiyer as a fashionable clothing style, but most importantly, a strong message about our culture and the woven skills and expertise of our women. There are more that can be said about Dr. Irene's legacy. Dr. Irene was truly a phenomenal and gifted woman. The RMI USP Center and the entire RMI educational community will truly miss her presence and guidance. On behalf of the RMI USP Center community and the University of South Pacific overall, we bid you thank you and farewell, Dr. Irene. May you rest in peace. Thank you, Palai and family, for your support. To Irene throughout her career that made it possible to contribute her talents to the Marshallese community. Thank you all so much.
Kumultada Pro-Chancellor Dr. Hilda Heine. At this time, I will now call upon one of Dr. Irene's grandchildren, Mr. Taafaki Moore, to recite a prayer for the departed.
O thou kind Lord, this dearly cherished maidservant was attracted to thee, and through reflection and discernment longed to attain thy presence and enter thy realms. With tearful eyes, she fixed her eyes on the kingdom of mysteries. Many a night she spent in deep communion with thee, and many a day she lived in intimate remembrance of thee. At every morn she was mindful of thee, and at every eve she centered her thoughts upon thee. Like unto a singing nightingale, she chanted thy sacred verses, and like unto a mirror, she sought to reflect thy light. O thou forgiver of sins, open thou the way for this awakened soul to enter thy kingdom, and enable this bird, trained by thy hand, to soar in the eternal rose garden. She is afire with longing to draw nigh unto thee. Enable her to attain thy presence. She is distraught and distressed in separation from thee. Cause her to be admitted into thy heavenly mansion. Forgive her sins and bless her with thine abundant grace. Grant her the privilege of beholding thy countenance and give her the chalice of joy and bliss. Thou art the giver, the glorious, the eternal, the bounteous, and thou art the all-gracious, the all-merciful, the omnipotent, he who is the bestower of gifts and the forgiver of sins. Abdul Baha.
We will now hear the reading of the eulogy of late Dr. Irene Taafaki by her daughter, Jane Sam.
Yakwe, and good afternoon, everyone. His Excellency, the Honorable President of the Marshall Islands, Sir David Kapua, members of the Nitijela, respected church leaders, members of the Council of Iroj, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of the South Pacific, Dr. Masaso Paunga, the administrative leadership and board of the College of the Marshall Islands, counselors Risia Bakinetti and Kirk Johnson from the Baha'i Continental Board of Counselors for Australasia, the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the Marshall Islands, members of the Marshall Islands Baha'i community, our colleagues and students from the College of the Marshall Islands and the University of the South Pacific, friends and colleagues who have traveled great distances to be here, and those who are joining us virtually from afar. Komoltada, thank you for joining us today to celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. Irene Taafaki. It is fitting that we have gathered here in Rairak, her home of nearly 30 years. I know that Irene is looking at us all here today and thinking that we are making too much of a fuss about her. But my mother also enjoyed a good party. And I know that she is overjoyed seeing so many of her dear friends, family, students, and colleagues from all over the world. Irene lived a rich and fascinating life. She was dedicated to her faith, her family, and excellence in education around the world from her earliest teaching days in elementary schools in England to her last post as the president of the College of the Marshall Islands. Irene devoted her life to her husband and children, grandchildren, and great-grandchild, and to the education and training of thousands more. Irene was born in Cardiff in Wales on October 1st, 1946, to Rose and Oswald Jones. At only the age of 2, her father passed away, and she and her mother and sister returned to live in London. Being raised by a hardworking and strong widowed mother, herself a devoted Baha'i, was one of the reasons why Irene became a strong, courageous, and devoted woman of faith herself. When she turned 14, Irene's mother said, "I have a birthday present for you." It was a job. Her life of service and hard work continued for the next 63 years. There are many qualities that could describe Irene and the life she lived. The belief in each and every person's potential for intellectual and spiritual growth. This belief made Irene a phenomenal mother, teacher, and mentor. From her decision to pursue an education and career in teaching, followed by leadership roles around the world, There was no person that Irene met that if it were possible for her to help them achieve a goal, she would help them, often pushing and supporting them in every way she could to get them across the finish line. She has mentored hundreds of women and men across the globe by setting an example of excellence and diligence. Irene was kind and generous with her time, her support, and her life. If it were within her power to help you, she would help you. But she would ask you some very tough questions. She would hold you accountable. But she always helped. Whether it was being at the births of all of her grandchildren, helping her daughters navigate those early days of motherhood, or building a center for the preservation and pursuit of Marshallese weaving, Irene's encouraging heart always came from a place of love and excellence. Irene was a woman of faith. She was a second-generation Baha'i. Her mother, Rose, had become a Baha'i as a child and raised her daughters to be strong Baha'is. If Irene loved you, you were very lucky. Her support for you would be unfailing, whether you liked it or not. In her home and in her office, she was surrounded by pictures of those she loved: her family, her children, her grandchildren, her great-grandchild, her parents, central figures of the Baha'i faith. Her granny's boasting books were readily pulled out to show anyone and everyone the achievements of her children and grandchildren. Irene's desire to serve helped her to be brave and courageous. Inspired by a calling by Baha'i institutions to travel and settle in places where there were few Baha'is, Irene left the familiarity of England and traveled 10,000 miles away to the other side of the world, to a tiny island in the middle of the South Pacific Ocean, to teach at the King George V School in what was then the Gilbert Islands. She never returned to live in England permanently after that. After meeting and marrying her husband of 50 years, Falairiva Taafaki, she faced the prejudice of the colonial government. But her belief in the oneness of mankind was so firm that she never saw a person's color. She only saw their heart. Not long after, she and Falai moved to India, where they lived for a further 10 years. Again, Irene embraced her new home, new language, new culture. She used to tell us that when she first moved to India, she didn't know what chapati were for, the round flat bread. And she used to wipe the floor with them because she didn't know they were for eating. Later, in the United States, with 3 children, including a baby, Irene began her pursuit of her doctorate in education. She did this while working full-time and being a full-time mother and wife. When I called her complaining about the load of my own PhD, she told me to suck it up. She said, "If I can do it, you can do it." And thousands of other women have done it too. And so I persisted. She was a woman of grit and tenacity, and she didn't suffer fools. She spoke her mind and was never afraid to tell you what she thought. Sometimes that got her into trouble. She was creative. Many people don't know that Irene was an established author and co-author of a number of books for children, as well as books that combined her faith and education, in addition to those about Marshallese traditional medicine and weaving. There are thousands of children around the world today that were taught and are being taught critical moral principles and life lessons through one of Irene's writings. Irene was gifted with a great sense of humor. She came from a solid working class British background. She was self-deprecating and enjoyed all kinds of humor. Her home was always filled with laughter. She was able to see the funny side even of the most tragic and desperate situations, and looked for the bright side, no matter how dark. She used to say that her sense of humor was often wicked, but never at the expense of anyone's feelings. In 1994, Irene and Falai and young Justin moved to the Marshall Islands. Her first position in the RMI was with CMI, so it is fitting that her last position was also with CMI, and that was in fact her happiest. Having served as the USP Center Director for 23 years, Irene returned to CMI as president, and she relished the opportunity given to her by the Board of Regents to pursue so many exciting and forward-thinking projects. We know that the legacy that she has left at the college has set the standard for the college's future growth and development. Irene was a visionary. She would often say, "I'm an ideas person." It was not sufficient to say that she thought outside of the box. For Irene, more often than not, there was no box. She could envision the impact that something could have or the need that existed, and she would create a path towards making it a reality. This was one of her many gifts. When her great-granddaughter was born this time last year, Irene held her and said, "I'm finally great. You made me great." But of course, we know that Irene was always great. And Irene lives on in all of us here today and around the world. On behalf of Irene's family here today, as well as her sister Valerie and family in England, we want to express how profoundly moved we are by the immense outpouring of love and prayers that we have received from dear friends and family and colleagues that have reached out to us from all corners of the globe, from the earliest days of Irene's youth to the present day. During her lifetime, we knew that we were some of the luckiest people on earth to have her in our lives. However, in the last few days, we have been reminded of the tremendous impact she has had on so many people throughout her life. To describe the entirety of a person's life in one speech is an impossibility. Irene was devoted to her many families: her immediate family, her USP family, her CMI family, her Baha'i family. Just days before she passed away, Irene spoke about how one misses the physical presence of a person when they leave this earth. But we should take comfort because they are never far away. And Irene is here with us, and she will always be here with us. Kumoltada.
We will now hear a song by the staff and students from the College of the Marshall Islands. Con molta da CMI for the beautiful song. At this time, we will view the presentation for the celebration of life of Irene Taafaki. We will now hear a closing remark from the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the Marshall Islands by Marcin Ralbo.
Is the King, the all-knowing, the wise. Inimen yo inimen, es inimen anich. Mich e mayen anich. How immensely blessed are we to receive such heartwarming letters from our local communities, sister national spiritual assemblies, the institution of the counselors, and of course, our dear beloved Universal House of Success. Beloved honorable guests, religious leaders to the Roan Kabung, traditional leaders and Manit, His Excellency President David Kabua and cabinet members, Speaker and Netishala, Chief Justice Colin Grimes, Imrayo Anchiganagajat, Diplomatic Corps, Mayor Ladicek and local government, Representative Ro, from the universities and colleges, families, friends, sisters and brothers. It is with tremendous honor to convey this remark to you on behalf of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Marshall Islands. Witnessing the presence of dignitaries, representatives, friends and co-workers from different walks of life and cultures is a remarkable victory that one soul can render to our global community. Friends, the ocean of services undertaken by Dr. Irene Taafaki, as mentioned in the whole programs, are way beyond words. But to really understand her services, which she rendered to the Marshall Island community and to the global society, we have to take some step back and look around us today. Dear friends, your presence here in person or on Zoom is the reality of our work and services. The Taafaki family first came to the Marshall Islands in 1994 as international pioneers, as the servants of Baha'u'llah. Dr. Irene had a duty to come to the Marshall Islands, and she had fulfilled her duty until her last breath. She served as Secretary of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Marshall Islands for 26 years. That was from 1996 until 2023. Friends, your presence and moments like this that I recall to mind Abdul Baha's word, the center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. And he said, where there is love, there is always time. Ijooriyagoye, chijkamanarien ngane. Yem rainin, ej krumol, iloaro iloe ramagan durun mejeroj. Kajoj kwachoyo kajoy jakubad chen palagan majalin chen chugulwo kachoyo chen olive chicken ilo palagan lalian rejbor perilo zoom kanan lewaj kamolo ngan kamiwich. And your presence today is your love for Dr. Irene and the Taafaki family. But dear friends, we have to remember, as Abdul Baha mentioned, tests are benefits from God, for which we should thank Him. Grief and sorrows do not come to us by chance. They are sent to us by the divine mercy. On behalf of the National Spiritual Assembly, the Taafaki family, and our great supporter, the College of the Marshall Islands, kem kanan lewa nanin kamolol, ngan kejoj kachuju, kejujar cholok yene ginaroj ramman, im kubadok, improvement to gipen family. Kum kanu jen mol, im parchuan kamolol lechenolok, ngani Rose Walder, im representative wan har dok largo nijin, kanergar merong, katalog priji, chagi ben merong pabu ye. Menin, echun menina National Spiritual Assembly, eguba pamalin, kamolole Rose Walder, kenchibanginan. Igi chen magadagut, ilo rano iliju ej rano eriktada. Tomorrow is our last day together. And it's kallu pijana yane, jona yane yujum pavum kakji. Em chej bar kachiduk chibang. In lo durun mejami wich. Nami kalkuwado. Anaro kamane yenawaro eriktada. Even dear beloved Dr. Irene. Kum kanu jena mol. Imcharaman nganon. Kumol dada.
If I may call upon the Measure by Baha'i Youth to do our closing song for today. Before we conclude our funeral service for beloved late Dr. Irene Taafaki, if I may call upon Ms. Christina Benjamin to read a closing prayer on behalf of Mrs. Olita Pedro.
Kini ito kiangan kilian ini ganjar. Jendera ko ratangal, raitora to kajen perewam, ecalak camlagin. Leo to pa ini rak, uang ani, imjen len wajagin perewam, kamarong iyo, pa ini ada jongai. Uang kajader gerak. Jendera ko rareo, ini awam, kaman pa ini rak jeni, uang ay bojuai. Imjen human island lorun kaje paragoyam e chalak chamlagin kaman pain chogoye wa maram hilo melaj in ebagayam iman perewam kaman pain anemoy wa chudan bro im iduan paj marungin tronin triamoyam kaji jede o kananewam akananewal Chen meluin anchuiwi in manana yawal, kaman pay kuduaman ugudoguyo, wa katabar. Imangan ijogo rode ilo pere day in perewam, kaman payin realange, oyo e kabungane. Chen ainigien ko ramman, rajudo jen pao mulain chuan wadayam, kaman payin rongajage hainigien. O chuaneo eromak, imkan chituban kajor immarong ewam kemeurio or kawe aiwit ko al kan chituban yawe ewam kaman bain pen im kajor wal rucibang imilo yal in aineman im jojawam kabin pungtan nego nil wal kamanaman iloan chigin kallibu ewam in Inreo. Iman mejam kaman pain chogoye ngan Inreo. Okweo rodoriamo kanil. Imion chigin chijat in aibo jojoam. Kaji jadeo okweo ribegeo. Ngan langin yawe in jojoam. Leling wajio or gemeurio. Imangan ijuran in talewam. Talawajil, okwe, regangal wajil, ag regangal waj. Mungatajen wal dogin chedabawam, chechabuloy, kurwajil, pain per. Okweo chen chinon, im kananeo ag elaptada. Imungan togojen melu inaibu yujawam, eo im kwanaj kali karyo yogi, kamane pain chebalagwaj, okwe, ejal hanit. Pokajor ngan kaman tayo pokanan kwe mol kwe yude tada yo aiboyuj wadam aiboyuj yo yude padada pahaula
Mujat tapardok chamolagan programa yawar. Elang chicho kain kakajor namoy. We've reached the end of our program. Kumol tada ngan olip. Dear Taafaki family, if you all may please rise for our guests to pay their respect.
Me, oh Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Oh Son of the Supreme, I have made, oh Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made, oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made, oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. O Son of the Supreme, I have made, O Son of the Supreme, I have made dead a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee.
Kacalawa na
Its
ni relok service in Aroj. Talo chino undada ene talewan kien.
Why
Ene yuan malaw dam
dost
kamani
thou
ene do mi
veil
jawa Aroj.
thyself
Yam ngan talo kochet. Jo yum chilingan toks leader am ngani ben midiare. Oran wan malaw dam ne liga dam edam lo screen edam talo am yam kaya ni coordinate di lo arang wan malaw. Kam kani jina molada.
O Son of the Supreme, I have made, O Son of the Supreme, I have made dead a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? O Son of the Supreme, I have made, O Son of the Supreme, I have made dead a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. O Son of the Supreme, I have made,
Chala burangan war kage mimijut talo chino undada ene kamani talewan government akan kien. Yam ngan talo kochet. Jo yum pokodo edam ngan media rai je man yum rain liga edam lo screen na namaj. Kam kanu jina mol dada.
a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? O Son of the Supreme, I have made, O Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? O Son of the Supreme, I have made, O Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. O Son of the Supreme, I have made, O Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? O Son of the Supreme, I have made, O Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, Son of the Supreme,
Kecelaut ke nganol berjarwalan kien akan government. So yum ne jerelang to. Talewa mat dan juan mal ko dia. Kanu jine mal dada.
Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made, oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made death a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made, oh, Son of the Supreme.
Good afternoon, Nganawalet. Janet one mile of them, Chino, Yen Lomizinan, Kieno. Hello, Chamalangin Meno them chit, Chechap Watake, Chongan you Langalangin Moor, Archit Kalaman Lagajan, Ken Wawin Moor. Modada Kile Manideo, Iroj Imle Rojaroad, His Excellency President David Kabua, First Lady Ginger Kabua, Imro Iwan Cabinet, Lady Jalayo, Imran Nakajadeo, Rudejero Kachujo, Ilokiano, Regadi im karin regagiro im egli jago kachujo. Rude jerochet ilo rude jerochet chen lalawo chararing matar im kachujo alep. Belap tatangan Dr. Falai Taafaki im pamleo. Yogo baro chararing matan late Dr. Irene Taafaki. Mauda jenar wan malawat langai malungan kacidak ipen regagi pilsen langirik langai malungan tilagit kan caran kapal lawan.
Mol MG Chochar Kemajalem Kowai Pendron Wan Mejam Perjuangan Nuwani Kenej Borum Kajur Elegant Delango Jatawa Jenake Jupong Tongan Hawain Kemajalem Kowai Pendron Ilo Joni no even Emmanoin Oram Tamagam Kedrik Kemenotam Jirani Jan Kilam Lowanam Kova Tokia Yeni the Kova Tokianewam Island Gain Kenake Money there for I not Kova Tokim Oliver Rodham Jij Rajbokuna Relokianin im Jujubin Berginam Lavda Island Gain Rova Tokim Yeni Nugunin Gemit Kova Kim Ganan Virtual Island Ichino Bum Ilo Chavro Wawin Rokaminaj Kamane Iloan Kilam Lo Yeni Can many Jargan Ainum Manim Chokone when I go by Kim Kamanavan Joni Money my voyage Chinchino and Ganchamlogan Virtual Island Elangan or Raman Kamini Roja Pelogirum Requalo I voyage Joanin Kova Tokinam Lo Yeni Gran Virtual Island Kevang and Jonani Jojimani Lomiro the Jet. 11 Christ, Umolot. Amen.
Jadi walal tawat alakan al nampa cilubugi cilungulemen kacida kipen regagio ngai marong telaga cilo alin. Lo yenin kia, tena lelangan Honorable Minister Ketelang Kapua, poin pokok naneo ilo edan kieneo.
Como tadario menjalpen, yago kumaulip. Nan kubalagalo nanin jarwan tukagin temer. Kamulo lanit ken menodem jet yenodem jet poet muncin meur ignan parenot kwalaga klem kaudeje roja roar le roja rochinet kalaba alabeo onereo ilomo mani roj iroj le roj kabal bro do rilo an kabiligin majalgin John Kilejan walak ngan iroja wan purijin kabalabeo Walter Lailang kamolo lebe katalag bachen kukutogijin iloar kamane programamen celebrate meurinan late Dr. Irene Taafaki. Ngi merong pagiyeni nem ilo tarway kwalgan nanin kilem kaudeje Rudarwari Lokian, His Excellency President David Kabua, First Lady Jinja, Honorable Speaker Kenneth Kedi, Karain Speaker Ochinet, Vice Speaker Tibat, Karain Vice Speaker Ochinet, Pro 1 Ministerio and Cabinet 1 President Kabua, Chuan Kilejan Olangan Ministerio 1, Raiwan Chikin Chalalagan, Minister Pulbar Aini. Kile Chief Justice Carl Ingram, Jajaro Matanilo Raiwan Chiginakajadeo, Ijilo Turun Mejen, Auditor General Awad Parainot, Attorney General Leo, all Brugian Parainot Rutarwan Kajojo Municipality, local government, Mayor Pro 1 Council. Kilem Kaudeje board, faculty, staff, student, community one, college one, island kain, CMI, chicken charbalo ergatan, President Dr. Irene Taafaki. Hilem kaudeje, Rudarwan chicken kabungin, National Spiritual Assembly nan Bahay ilo Majalin. Pro 1 chicken kabungin parainot. Aule bar menjerorar ko badok ilo yenin ngan mije chuda gilgin family ilo yenin ben claim kaude ko maulip claim kaude je kap kam molole Dr. Falay kap family nairo kenai katalag bajen lo doker ilo yenin. Kalau udah ibu meron potong naneo, kalau ilo dan kienin, iloan kien, ko balagi peni roja roar, ilo mau mani roja kamane talin. Mana tuwin ar mejen majal, yen met, yen lo turun mejen drone, yen an wet, ko bai pen drone, ili mejen kabuine meo. Kalau barang mana na bacar marungun ko bado pen pamle ni kap nuguni ni marmire ni lo chicken kabungi ni lo programo kay chupong alabana ibojo ilo an rutogan puno and punin Dr. Irene ela mino ko jara kada kare kin meurewan Dr. Irene ilo an jaraban ilo majalin mo ko tayo na nakar magtog pen family dengan majalin
Chun me ure ola bana ibo yo im kopai. Eno daru melele eno chetaro re mijakani. Jala ke wat ejile do meur emeo de bok meur. Eo ikarak meru temchi. Em ti jai wi kamolo legen karakein cecep melele ga we cep ke yar bi wenik. Ilo air kudu kupen ron rainin tin kakayo ron padap tin mananagan jamalakuan Dr. Irene ngan kejut. Jagoinan erongan kej. Jadi ngejake rorar cara dipen perjugu rorar eka tu jene member yang cikin kabungin romatan abadata pamleinan ilo air ko ba to pen pamlein kabrein caran rore bage Dr. Irene jadi kaya dirke ena lewo cirga manana ilo air ledo leda kabuine meo kamera galak cirik errogo ilo purwem ceto not bejar barro kabro re bage Dr. Irene rar marungun ain tok pen ligio nanagin rena jeto jen kieneo ngan kamolole ngan kile Dr. Irene carabal kwan ralap elaba ude be jigap chala kachen Dr. Irene ilo sijetok ilo kieni neno chuan ruguilak imeno no chuan war carabal ilo cabinet inan prayoten kabua emen yo ina at chala kachen yumun yam yogi nemen elang menogo yara kada gejene kabilo koan albay ramman imcibang nga amcibang kieneo kagay bujigay na armin majal yaro nga ka pabanado ko kay jupong tinagay Dr. Irene ar tinun kila ka medyan imaru cimot pulang kapuromit kinilakinan at walang nga pabanado ko kan Dr. Irene ilun kwalo ko chuan karayo olamen ilo jabarut wawin ilo meorawan chuan karayo labi ako ipen chuan karayo laban kategi jalan manit labata chuan karayo laban kanan cibang jika molo lanit kun planum karakinan we tijiloge ilo aero chinon kapamleinan chinon churtok majalin pamlein arjap partebalak magdalangan ijoko chikir we cibar mijin majal pamlein padap elabar caraman pe rar kamane chokale do perin cuju mama nagilo majalin cibang gej langat kagaman malak nurgo ayan armijin majal cimor ijiloge Dr. Irene chuane me ar kamataan ngan rayawan calal kejan jen an champione calal kejan ar marungin cibang kej ar mijin majal bilo an langat rayawan calal kejan ken policy go ken resources go ar marungin ain tok kangal tongan majalin ar pareno cibang kej ar mijin majal drebit kemeuri kami jajagan manutinar banagari carbalakuan ipen ro re baga kej unian kararo chine anti maria banagar war poko equaloken uno go unogan armijin majal. Chagi ergo emeltan pain karayagap manin majal. Emelang area go jet armarung intibangkaj. Har kami uri menagain memorialize ilo poko armarung inti. Matan lagi sigo arorot. Cakaro anang majan kilag majan agay na meurot ilo eltan pain charbalwan. Lorong aja ke puwe nato ke Jepang melelegen jinune magutagawan pamliin ikilege visionary recognizes visionary. Leitu roja lapalai pamanda kabua founding father wan Madeline ejuan emaneo temerong nailan visionary. Imiloan ang magutok pamlinan Dr. Irene at Dr. Falay. Arbar kilege erro chumor visionary. Im rebi erro erro in charbalot ilo Madeline. Yumun enangin chinungulia elwun lap tabarak. Elwun lap tabarak ko jadi marungin lui. Mol mini nagay Dr. Irene jono me iwadagay problem solver. Ngay loan mo jano chuan chigana e or kabe go ilo chuan area. Eja boy capacity go ilo area yo. Ewe magajim pigo resources go wewe no go nganan marungan langat imka jurlak kabe. Iro jaro kabar mjin kwajelen rar challenge wen tokum langat kawan menlagai juga jenen kap opportunity ko ngan armijin kwajelen kap chori gidin kwajelen reserva royo nenin kwajelen em time wan rar chino developing plan ko rudar wan neighboring island ro rar bar nan wen war opportunity ngan armijin royer access tertiary institution ko ar merongun wan malo ko ngar ko former president wan CMI Dr. Teresa Archinoy imkaririglak ibenjuan timeo me relun parliament imkajur ar marongin par mobilize resources go nganan erong kurewan kieneo ngan kachong adreje abang ko chilo igichen ogdagen mejodoto ilo aro chalage transport sector and shipping sector and ejamatan sector ko elabata air emit carbon ilo treo ar terbalilo USP ar tibang egi mejage Micronesian Center for Sustainable Transport ar chudak emchino erraglak kajorlak milo ana magdalangan CMI jalloge aurage Polen center ini para magdalangan ipen pe en erraglak marungin sir na mejalan issue na igiten carbon emission ilo shipping sector yar elap konan ngan armijin majal elap konan ngan kienewan majal elap konan ngan itebe bebenin rainin ejmeu rainin age beben gorit togot kan minin cakanan kamolole Dr. Irene, Dr. Falay Pamle Nair. In this short time that I have allocated to speak on behalf of the government, I was just reiterating some of the stories that I have heard from this morning and from friends, colleagues that have worked closely with Dr. Irene. I did not imagine that within nearly 30 years, so much could be accomplished. But hearing the testimonies and stories about this wonderful lady, this is just an everyday thing. I was fortunate enough to get to know Dr. Irene in my short 4 years since I started as a senator and minister, one of the ministers in President Kabua's cabinet. But for those who have known her for the entirety of the time that she spent with her family here in the Marshall Islands, there was so much contribution, not only to improve the education system here in the Marshalls, but to improve the quality of life and to help us preserve our identity as Marshallese. I believe that, and we all know that God works in mysterious ways. And for this family to find themselves here in the Marshall Islands, fly in or arrive when this fledgling nation was just coming to be, led by our founding father. I was saying that visionary recognizes visionary. Late President Irojalaula Pamata Kabua was a visionary. And when he came across Dr. Sfalai, he saw visionaries as well. And thankfully, the spirits and our ancestors had tied a knot on their legs, preventing them from flying away, because the whole time that you have been here, you have helped us tremendously. We have taken you as part of us. You are our family, and we hope that your friends, in seeing your friends from the government here next to you during this time of grieving, it will lift some of the sorrows that you have, as is customary in our cultures here in the Pacific. On behalf of the government, on behalf of His Excellency President Kabua, and all of the government workers, we would like to extend our sincerest thanks to Dr. Irene Taafaki, Dr. Falai, and family for all that you have done for us. Kajito ba ani jin jep jamalakan kajaramane kit, kajito ba jep jamalakan kajaramane pamlin, kota ke ailing chirikainad, kilim kau to jolip.
A mall minister can nanin nanwam man kajut silo relevant rainin. Natkiya kachidak ipen Mr. Sheldon Korean manodam nainikian family Mr. Korean.
Kamolo landi jiman menodem jech do elegan relevant rainin. Gnan modada kile Eurojan Pudijin Walter Lailang Eurojoro Rolap Irailang Gain Alabaro Lero Chabajan Tabuaga yo me very better Chipongon Rainin Jen Mile Kieno Yolap His Excellency President David Kabua, Honorable Minister Mchenataro, Chief Justice Chajarawari Lochignaga Jado, Rora Chairman Rarik Kwan Kien, Chief Secretary of Rojat, to the Roan Kabung, National Spiritual Assembly, Imrodem Jalagrar Koba Dagilo, Elegant Relevant Training. Inan Kamole Kieno Yola Canera Kileo in Marong. Main again Pamela and fly River Taafaki. Ilo yeninum Laba Wudajan Wawenin. Chojar Rojaga Elang Melalego, Mantak, Meramanagan Genawan Charabalawan, Lady Irene. Yalaptada Nanago Meralunaman, Yimrar Karila Kuch, Brado Gajaneo Muchudangar, Honorable Kudalan Kabuagar Kajipong. Yomit Kualakan, Tabaran Charabalawan, and Wawan and Garchilad Nur. And Kacho Aramet, Ilo Elankain Wawengo, Ilo Chicken Charabalago, and Chalalojan and Manet, Ilo Majalin, and Malabar Kamol Gagin again. Itamak, Ajal Dogin and Kienlo, Ergon Relevant Rainin, Elun Podok, Chon meja do in mana imay naman ngan puruan pamuli ni melabay ruda yung kamolol kan wawinin. Yung kienin yung metal to yung president neo, His Excellency President Kabuar po to kilo relevant rainin. Ilo tan pamuli yung nan kamolol kienan majal. Jinaga pamuli na laway to aylang ko ilo 1994 ngan rainin kay lalabing chiner majan mo talagang chago yung gaj. Rar tamagam lagay im kajadiri kagi ilo elang kain cara balagora lilak central president late iro jala bala president kabua ar lidi ailang kain tongan administration gochat imun president gochat im kien gochat mandangan rainin eno daga chalo an kabujar elang cara balago me raja liado kun kien togen lagay im kajadiri kuan kien mandak yometel ilo sektoran chala lo jen lo majalinum alaban pamulin kamolol kun lagayin chin kinin chin chinon ngan rainin chin 94 ngan rainin kun wawinin ralyo ngan pamulin alapta ngan kilewayar ngan Irene lo cara balugat kabajari mantak echalabad nan elabalo gimerompa ginani lo tan pamulin parchonalen lo chon kile ude ngan roja rogap His Excellency President Maleben to the rain roda jan kinim rar ko badok ilo rainin minin John Beno me pamilya na pan malalakay tamak ranay kimi medyo manda ko boy cinchino na lalabin takter Irene karchago arjo pajarangan tordok citang ino dan ngaran medyo dem jadi kar hirut yemelawa tak promot yem ilubak kencago yaman arjo pajarangan tordok citang cinchino dengan kia cuan cien kianan majal CMI College of the Marshall Islands Malkoff tar chuda kan lenga ta ko bai pen chu jung beran pa yang kamane ba ilo me jinan en choni lo me jo me ya we pen en pelel me kaile kar gan ne min manat eno chon me no me labina kanu jin kaur gelo me roan engin je lo rainin helgun ne jen ilo me jinan kien ilo turi legun mi lo yumun tan e war chat mangain ka jorgo mrenin color purwar naranet pen jum chojum majari wajangan nabat ayel guna net dedela program in imna jiliju chongolawa kenaga en puni naban tuan peri ajet en ya tongol meno dawa en kaman kalli boyan ngan rolal en puni nganan ka kujelo chagin me majani rojo malaban perin kamelemi pamalin nganar ka kujigen puni na Irene yo met pello rognod mumer chiyo lo rear in building in kenada gan rene wodot kum kan jona mol charaman ngan ka jojalap
Walau takut dulu program inar, perjuangan merang ke kacau tu kipen regagi cemer, regagi pilsen langirit, merang tu kamane carin kilaga imnanin kainam manaku, ilo ini.
All MC. Nai berbuk kejual tu ilo, coni eno karuan. Pokok cara baru jodoh ikan berku balok ilo, nano iman. An minister ini ilo an, pakai ni kian president all even rodam ji pukunai relo kian eo. Senator Irene, minister Roveranot, all even rodam ji ilo kian ini. Palagaru cumur kamol rani, kian kian ini man. Na Rito ko Jonian, yon kanay, Mexico jaro ron jake, Jonian, coach bal kanay, nan kanan cheese jana. Rito ano din, komunito nga ba, kung rodom ji ramok kanay rinig, menokorodo, minaj ka kiyeko. Try engineer Jonian, Rome, elavijo konan, Milan, inig elang, erdo Mekiani na architanga ano John Elat ijokonan. Cijalagi loan. Jangan ronga jagakan. Wawe nagar. Pagja dari rogo raja berrik. Ilan nagar wan malo kaki, telije kaki. Eno juane ar munanan konan. Curage cerabalogo. Pralla bilo kienin. Prano dilo calalo jan. Berko geinci. Kalau ar kamolo lagi ki. Irrio lava gin ar bukonani. Rainin ejalikar na ci idok nganibba. Elgin am picture wal gorro idok nganibba. Koi jo kalam lo jan kagem kamolo landi kagem. Kene jamlo kun charwal gorro nanan try jin mani jin idok nganibba. Pain kakiji ki. Ilokro emman eude ejalikar ilo rainin. Jo chargiya. Anit komol percualan kan. Wawen kodam cik kemar bentron kage ilo yalan kamolol kienin nae tagda Irene Taafaki yo yala video konan pegeryo ecep eryo urri ag ilo ledo chala log jan eryo goche ar jab jelli kidak mae awain kemi ko wado kiya nganam falagam kamolol kenenge ela wawen godam jit ar marongon pugjo konan ngan kienin juta giligin hailengkin ilo ledo chala logan I merro gojet kemi kamolo lo ka perchonalen elgina mi benro nijin kemi kanan kajitagen ainum manim jokone yo me lali ni chevledo a koyo ko ledo ngan kemi ot kajuj ngan kawayangan reino dam jijilo pamli ligawin ar kabujer pe ajure nijiro oleven reino dam jijilo pamli nugunin kein garwo gilo gili jai reino kemi dam jaloro ar ko bado perchonalen nuane kemi kajito ko kemi rojala ganine man reino dagan jagone kajito gilo dan try kumolo amen.
Jadi juga dok nganar dialog mayin teriak makwar. Ilo hari ini ilo Francisco Mantak, biro jeroar, presiden yo, minister ro, senator ro, speaker ro, telekit, MCN Gloria ilo ada yang family in foto mayin teriak makwar.
joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee.
John. Agoy aligan talinan government, agoy enijigi idok talewan USP, almanai gabsta. Kanujina mall dada.
most of you know it, but in case someone's watching who doesn't, when I was 10 years old, as I mentioned earlier, I lost my dad. And I lost him in a car accident on the way to school. And music has been my therapy that's gotten me through that. My dad was the first person to call out this musical gifting in me. And after I lost him, I couldn't really explain in words what I was going through when I was talking to someone, but for some reason, when I sat down on the piano and just played, words, lyrics would just fall out of me, and I could express myself through that. And so I really pressed into it. And I wrote my very first song called Being Without You, and my piano
yagohan ko mo jolip mokadada kamolo lanich chumerilang kan rainin kamolo le kan manadrenar yangin ako ko bay kajuch tali ne jere lang to lan main a USB family ko ba rijar barrolo USB ko ba alumni ro che kamolo le ba stavin ne marombar ko ba to raptata TVC Deputy Vice Chancellor paunga yo ari to gujan Fiji yum ko ba to iperilo yanin eben ene war chat en nano ko ene jido gujan TVC paunga ene jido gum kanono kecen chugula arang juan lo lalin lal chirurugin arang USB University of the South Pacific Emelagan dog ene balang en nanjan royan rujuguro merar jugul pagar chala lagajan ilo USB junior ene kanono jan yan rujuguro merar ruja lagajan USB Amalas campus im junior ene kanan kitchen rujuguro merar pagar chala lagajan caraman chen kamba jawarang ilo island chiriginar elegan dok ene jawar chuanal chen USB choir or arkaboji yang melakmat chen lelangan pamalin ngewar ijan rakanan ba kalau berbeda ini juga letok kiangan ilo kajen belle anu ada gaya pol yareng recem melele kajen genar gathered here this afternoon is the USB family, which consists of the USB staff and the USB alumni from all of the campuses at USB, especially from the campus in Vanuatu, Amalos campus. We also have alumni from the Laudala campus. And most importantly, many of us are from the Marshall Islands campus, or alumni of the Marshall Islands campus at the University of the South Pacific. The program we have prepared for this afternoon to celebrate the life of late Dr. Irene Taafaki will be having remarks from the USB, which will be delivered by the Deputy Vice Chancellor. We are fortunate to have him join us this afternoon. We will also have remarks from one of the USB alumni campus representing all those that graduated from the MLS campus in Vanuatu. We will also have remarks from also one of the alumni from the Marshall Islands campus. And then we'll have an item from the USB choir. And then after that, we will give it to the family if there's anything they want to share. So without further ado, I'll give this time to our Deputy Vice Chancellor to say a few remarks.
Tabe mo e afio e toa talu tonga. E whawhetai ki ene ofa unihanga lawa whatatai mai ki tau tōru. Ta whatata mai ko ia koe mo ui Awhiwhine koe ni ko toke ta Irene Taafaki. Ia koe, malo lelei, kia ora, and warm Pacific greetings from all the Pacific members of the University of the South Pacific to all of you. As you may be aware that I'm only here as an expatriate, and please forgive me if there's anything in the word that is not suitable with your expectations, but I take refuge of being together with Irene, Fly, and the family, being expatriates here in the wonderful country of the Marshall Islands. I'd like to acknowledge His Excellency, President David Mbua, and the First Lady, Shaga Mbua, we just met earlier on, and to acknowledge the traditional leaders, traditional owners of your land, honorable ministers, senators, members of the diplomatic corps, leaders of the Baha'i Spiritual Assembly, and also I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our sister school, CMI, your staff, your board members, your students, and also, of course, a special acknowledgement to you, Dr. Falai, children, relatives, and anyone. Just on behalf of the University of the South Pacific, as being introduced earlier by the head of alumni, we are only here to give tribute, convey our condolences from the University of the South Pacific family. And this family stretches far over throughout the islands of the Marshall Islands, to all the 12 member countries of USP in the Pacific, and all the alumni, students internationally from all corners of the globe, ranging from Europe to Asia, to Americas and Africas. And these are the people that had their lives impacted by Dr. Taafaki, whom we are gathering here today. Dr. Fly and the family, so we all heard everything, the details, the commitments, the love, the share, and all the great qualities and values that your mother and your wife has contributed to the country here, and all the rest of the USP family. As rightly said by the Honorable Minister sending the government earlier, we cannot compile the great contributions that Dr. Irene has done to all of us in only in an hour even a day, weeks. They're going to take years to compile the contributions that he has done, which benefit not only you children and Fly, but all of us, staff, colleagues, alumni, and also students. I only thank God that he gave us the opportunity to share life together, especially for those of us who are alive at this moment, to come and share and to celebrate. To celebrate the great work, to celebrate the fellowship, to celebrate the love that we know that Irene is going to continue on her journey, but you're going to stay in us. Something that helped guiding us at these challenging times of climate change, political leaderships, university leaderships, educational challenges, global challenges, you name it. But one thing that all of us, especially for the Polynesians, there's a saying that they always refer to as mapake fa kake alaha. Fa is a one type of the bandanas. And some of you here in Micronesia that you're using those, I don't know how you call it in our things, you eat them. But the rest of Polynesia, someone use it as lei and they paint it in red because it has a red color. The same in Tonga. And throughout Polynesia, they use that whole fruit. They always refer to it, especially when a great chief of the country or a leader passes away. Then all the great work, whether it's in war, as a warrior, or as a fisherman, to catch fish, to keep the families and the children, or in areas in education, to feed and empower the people and the minds of our children who are future leaders of our respective countries in the future. And when this seed, one of them, falls or you're taken out, it has a very strong, very nice aroma and a scent. That this flower will continue for a very long time. And that's what they refer to. Even though the seed is taken off or fall off from the bunch, but what remains over there is the aroma and the beautiful scent of it. And that's why Polynesians using it in their dances, even in wars, or wherever they have celebrations. Because of that, it's not only that the smell is great, but it really energizes you, gives you new life. You're able to move around, enjoy the day. And it brings blessings to everyone. And that is how we see the life of Dr. Irene. She's parting away from us, from USB, 2-3 years ago. She's parting today from CMI and the family and even the countries. However, the scent and the aroma, wonderful aroma of her work and her legacy stays with us for a very, very long time. And I think that is what really brings us all together. Irene, as you may all aware from history, his affiliation with USP started in 1998. And she completed her whole employment in 2020. Out of that 22 years, I started this job as becoming vice president of the university in 2014. So the last 6-7 years of Irene's employment time at USP, we were very, very close. Some people refer to me as her supervisor. Of course, I take that. So I look after all the 13 campuses among our 12 member countries. And Marshall Island campus, USP, is one of them. And they all have campus directors for each, and Irene was one of them. I'm also grateful to one of the campus directors from Nauru, becoming like Irene's and Falai's daughter, adopted daughter, who is here with us. I was surprised when I came 2 days ago. He was already at the airport. But that's the kind of strength. Even myself, whenever I was told that Irene passed away, I didn't wait for protocols and all those things for the university. I stood up, get my ticket, and go, just to be here. Because the importance and the integrity of such a lady with her great husband, whom she always referred to as her consultant. And I'm sorry, Dr. Falai, I only found out throughout in the first few years. I didn't know when she refers to her consultant, it was you, her husband. Was everything that, and I need to tell you that with our 13 campuses of all the countries, Irene was probably the eldest among all of them. And everybody looked up to her. And even myself, as a deputy vice chancellor, I looked up to her. It was no longer the kind of relationship where protocols or looking at levels. For me, I knew exactly where my, being with Irene and all our campus directors, we all she became automatically our mentor and also our guide in our work and what to do among the regional campuses. And that's how the kind of friendship and the working relation that we developed. Even for very conflicting issues, most of the time, I always referred to Irene. And then Irene was going to refer to me and get back to me and said, oh, this is a little bit, a little bit difficult because it has some political and legal issues on that. And I said, do you know of anyone who can help us resolve this? And she said, yeah, let me try my consultant. And then within half an hour, he came back, with a solution. And I said, Irene, can I hire your consultant? No, you cannot afford him. And I said, oh, okay. And it went on for months and years, but she always referred to her consultant. And one day I came here and we met, Falai was taking me, and then she also introduced Deputy Vice Chancellor, Vice President. May I also introduce you to my consultant? I didn't even know that was the wife, that was the husband. And I said, she is the best consultant ever. Whenever you have legal matters, whatever decision she makes, that's the right decision. It's right here in Marshall Islands, it's right in Tuvalu, and it's right all the Pacific Islands. Anyway, thank you very much, Alai and the family, for supporting Irene, somebody like that can help us in times of need. You're also aware that Irene had this thing in her heart, this heart and passion for Marshall Islands. And not only to the students, but also to the government and all the people that we have heard from the previous speeches that she supported. And most of us are alumni, the ones that they have been taught and guided by Dr. Irene. When I came in 2014, the University of the South Pacific already had a strategic plan, started in 2013 to 2018. The strategic plan specifically say what I had to come and implement. And that plan says over there that I must build Kiribati campus and the Solomon Islands campus. And that was the job that I was coming to do. And I tell you something, before the end of, when we finish Kiribati, we finish with a new campus in Marshall Islands, together with the Nauru campus, a new one, that were not in the plan, but because of what was in the heart of Irene, working together. Former President and Pro-Chancellor Hilda Heine was referring to it, the few conspiracies inside over there in getting the new campus and everything that we are very proud of today. It is those little things that Irene was able to. But I followed very well because I trusted who? The consultants. I knew I won't get wrong with these things. And that's exactly what happened. You know, we had a new campus, we had all the work over there, and I really appreciate the work that Irene has been helping me to do. Nothing that I can do back. Now we finished the Kiribati Islands. She also helped, assisted the Nauru campus director get a new campus for Nauru. And with the Solomon Island campus, now it's finishing up this year. These are work I wouldn't be able to do. Even though we have our leader, I am supposed to implement the projects, but you know, I'm too young, inexperienced, don't know much how to deal. A lot of these things deal, as you know, diplomatic relations, political relations, even faith relations. Those things, you can get it all in one place and one advice from Irene. I would not continue to bore you down with the things that I have. This is only my passion, and I'm sorry that I bore you with my own personal experience with Irene, but I think these are little things. You already know all the great things about Irene because you've been there with her together. But these are the very few things that I remembered, and I'm sure it's going to continue to guide us. One of the favorite things that Irene used to tell me, whenever I get together with Irene, whether it's on the phone or even that I come and sit down, and sometimes we have our, because we trust our plans so well and so much, that we know nothing is going to be, be distracted. When he sees me being overconfident and he says this to me, he always tries to refer to a word by one of our pro-chancellors before, trying to remind me that she said, always remember this, Masaso, that what the pro-chancellor was saying, for any destination, that the target destination, in order to reach your target destination, you must know where you started from. And that puts me in my place. It doesn't mean that I come and get a PhD, that I come and get becoming a vice president or a deputy vice chancellor, or even a president of the country, then I know everything. It's back to the root of how we all grew up. As an islander, we all know. Even today, we are struggling, trying to survive. We are struggling to get the best education for all our children and our future generations. But that's what she always referred to. Whenever I felt that everything was going to be so perfect and everything, she said, no, it is not about plans. It's about remembering how you started. That's exactly how the others started. And our goal is to making sure that they come up or they grow up with something different, or with no challenges, or able to deal with challenges that we are dealing with right now. And hopefully those grandchildren and those children of ours will not going to go through much headache in trying to resolve those. So those are the few things that I got to remember. Again, Fly and the family, USB family, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, even our Pro Chancellor already made a speech earlier this morning. We take off our hat to Irene and the family. Thank you very much. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the friendship. Thank you for the fellowship. And thank you for the love. This is not going to end today, but we're going to continue. Maro, thank you.
Komoltada TVC Onga for the remarks. Good memories of Dr. Irene Taafaki's time at USB. Now we will move on to the next item. If I can invite Mr. Mildan Lyren, who will say a few remarks on behalf of the alumni from the USB campus at MLS in Vanuatu.
Molimchi. Moda jenani urmalok nan kamolo ngan anich lablot yo big minodum chis. Yang pernah notani yo le to kain mane me lalini chamber mo to ngan kich. Ko bala upen rorar kan no log manam de log tom kan kamolo kilengan. Iro le ro jaro la bilo ainin kin tali kom prada pernah not. Iro jamala bewan purijin. Kilem kau de Sudah roa lukian, sudah roa lukabung, sudah kile jana longan leader roan pae spiritual kabunginan pae itu Island King. I would like to recognize the presence of our Deputy Vice Chancellor who is with us today. And special recognition to Dr. Falai and families of Dr. Irene Taafaki. I'm going to say a few remarks on behalf of the alumni of MLS Campus School of Law. And there was one time we were a student at MLS Campus, and now we are part of the Marshall Island Law Society Association in the Marshall Island. So I would like to extend my warm appreciation to the members of the Marshall Island Law Society for allowing me to speak on their behalf in this very important gathering today. We alumni of MLS Campus and also the members of the Law Society in the Marshall Island, we are here today to pay our respect and utmost and sincere appreciation to Dr. Irene Taafaki and to Dr. Falai and also their children and grandchildren and family. Like everybody else, we were struck by the sad news of Dr. Irene's passing. We were not ready to lose Dr. Irene Taafaki. But we thank God for Dr. Irene Taafaki that she came to the Marshall Island for a mission. a mission that was accomplished throughout her career, and to plant seed, which we see the result now. Dr. Irene Taafaki was known for many things, and one of them was her vision. One of her vision was to prepare and promote and develop future leaders of this nation. And she also saw the need to increase the numbers of Marshallese lawyers in the Marshall Islands. She encouraged us to pursue law. She supported us. She believed in us, and she was proud of us. Many of us came back home serving our nation in both private and both public sectors. We are at the RMI Judiciary. We are at the Office of the Attorney General. We are at the Office of the Public Defender. We are at the parliaments. We are at the Micronesia Legal Service. We are at the banks of the Marshall Islands. We are at MIMRA. We are at the local governments. We are at the NCO. We serve at the private sector. We are at the Marshall Island Development Bank, and many of us are still pursuing their legal study. Dr. Irene Taafaki, you will be greatly missed, but you will never be forgotten. Your legacy will stand forever, and we will honor your name and your legacy, because our accomplishment today is part of your legacy. We will continue to do the right thing and we will continue to do the things that you believe in. We will embrace them, and we will share it with our children. Dr. Irene Taafaki worked so hard, and she dedicated her life to the better of this nation. And she believed that our education system should operate in a way that served the needs of the nation and its people, looking for opportunities for programs that are suitable and relevant and practical to the need and content of the nation. She was also fascinated with our custom and traditional practices. Dr. Irene Taafaki was so humble, kind, and willing to stand up for what is right and willing to help those who need. I also have the honor of serving on the National Training Council Board of Directors alongside with Dr. Irene Taafaki. She always fight, and she always find a way to help. There are students who are troubled from school because they found them at unfortunate circumstance. She always make ways and opportunities to provide opportunities to help these students. On behalf of the alumni of MLS campus and the Marshall Island Law Society, we extend our deepest condolences and sympathy to Dr. Falai and children of Dr. Falai and Irene Taafaki and the family. Please know that you are in our thoughts and our prayers, and we kindly ask our Heavenly Father to provide this comfort upon all of us, especially to the family of Dr. Irene Taafaki. This concludes the end of my remarks on behalf of the alumni of MLS campus and the Marshall Island Law Society. We cannot express how much we are so thankful to Dr. Irene Taafaki for her guidance, her support, and also her, to help us pursue our study and came back to serve our nation across the board. Thank you.
Moldada Legal Counsel, for the remarks from the alumni from MLS campus. Now, if I may invite the Associate Commissioner for the Ministry of or the Public School System, who will be saying a few remarks on behalf of the alumni, all of the alumni at the Marshall Islands campus.
Kumol MC Kubalodilo Nanin Kaudit Kile Kongan Rorian Kilir Imba Moda Kile Manideo Imba Kieneo Rome Telegajilo Morin Chidup Kajot Kachojo Staban USP but I know Kumoj alumni and Marshall Island Cup camp. Velikudada ngana kile family nan Dr. Fly emaga drainage ilo elegant railway. I only have a brief remarks since it's coming to me to speak on behalf of Marshall Island USP campus alumni. First off, I would like to offer our big komol dada to Dr. Irene Taafaki, because, you know, she changed everything. She give us hope. She makes sure that we meet our dream. And with her leadership, this is why we are today. And I would like to offer our big Komol Dada. Personally, I first met Dr. Irene, you know, well, I would say the first time I shake hands with her was when I graduated from USP. The last time I shake hands with Dr. Irene was two, 3 weeks ago, and that was the last time I probably held her hand. But I noticed that there has been a lot of accomplishment by Irene. You know, she's been a great leader to our society. She wasn't like helping those who went off island, but she was really part of the Marshall Island too, pushing students towards to meet their goal. And I wanted to also, you know, just give us our sincere thanks to her. Speaking at this, you know, speaking on behalf of the alumni, we know that, you know, she's been there with us. She's been very helpful, and, you know, kind of a leader that we couldn't imagine, you know, how she was doing the job that was very challenging. I see that that Dr. Irene was kind of a leader, with kind of a down to earth leaders. When I say that, it's that she was going to leader that looks into our education system. She wasn't involved with CMI, USB, but she was also part of our system, the public school system. And few of the projects that has been developed and helped and support by Irene was, some of them was the IQP, the improving quality basic education. Also, she's part of another project with us, which is called the Education Strengthening Skill Project. That's run through public secondary school and National Training Council. Irene was also part of our team. She was the vice chair of the National Training Council Board of Director, and I was so grateful and very thankful that I was working with her as my vice chair. And she's been doing a lot for NDC as well. She helped us developing the strategic plan, also helping us building career pathways for high school graduates and dropouts. So there's been a lot for Dr. Irene, and we would like to offer our Pikomol Dadang and Dr. Falaiga family night for standing behind Dr. Irene. And we know that with her great leadership, she had a great husband and family. And to us, there's an old saying says, "Etchalok menogonok nganaramit." Referred to that, everybody knows what's menogonok means. Koi rumajal koi laya menogonok kopit. To translate that, it means that there's nothing impossible for Dr. Irene. Every problem has a solution from her. So we will be greatly miss our great friend, Dr. Irene. And we would like to offer our Komol Dada and Yahweh. Komol.
Komol Dada Junior Paul. Kia ngay marong kachitagupan USB choir to lead us in one song, and then all of us will join them. Komoldada nganai chamalagan program chirurigo char kaboji ngan yani nauruk ipen Dr. Irene Taafaki kan cho koan ralap ngan ka jo jolup yangin kajang puk elang charaman chen charawalokon. That concludes the small program that we prepared as we celebrate the life of Dr. Irene Taafaki, who helped many of us, especially the alumni, in many ways. I would like to thank the USP staff, Deputy Vice Chancellor, for allowing the alumni to prepare the program for today as we celebrate one last time with Dr. Irene Taafaki. Now I would like to give this time to the family if they want to say something.
Thank you very much, MC. Words of respect, recognition to our Uroj, Walter Lailang, the Uroj of this Wedo, and the Alep, the government, His Excellency President David Kabua, honorable ministers, people from our Uroj and Leroj from the Council of Uroj, and all the distinguished members today. We've heard many stories this morning until now about the contributions that Dr. Irene Taafaki had contributed to the Marshall Islands in many ways, in education, in her leadership role at various institutions that she led as directors of the USP RMI campus, Secretary of Education, and most recently as the president of the College of the Marshall Islands. From 1994 until now, we've heard many of the positive contributions that she made to this country. And today we bear witness to what the product of all her good work, her good deeds, with the presence of all of you here. The diversity in terms of the races that are here today, from the management, from Vice Chancellor of USP, former Director of NARU, RMI USP campus, former alumni, former students of USP, students, and also the diverse, various capacities that you have that are people that are leading in various capacities in the government. Bear witness to what Irene has contributed. And for that, we're very thankful to her. I think Irene, she has passed on to the next world, but she must be really happy to see that all of you have succeeded and accomplished your goals in school and are carrying out many leadership roles in the government, in businesses, in education. And on behalf of the family, I would like to thank all of you, former students, senior management of the USP, and all others that are part of this USP family for your confidence and love that you've shown to Dr. Irene to make her career a success as she led all of you within the last 20 plus years of her directorship at the USP. And we are very thankful. On behalf of the Taafaki family, we thank you, all of you, for that support and love. The continuous support, the outpour of love that we've seen from the past, from yesterday until now, has been very, very, I think it's something that has brought comfort and solace to the family from the beginning since the day they arrived until now, and we will forever be imprinted in their hearts. Nalelak chomagin kilem kaudin motangan iroy roar rolep iroy malaban purijin olep rudoro and manit His Excellency President David Kabua, Honorable Minister Ro, Senator Ro, yum rudoro ched lokyo yolep loradico all ibro roar manit many yaro senior medium leadership and USP all brojugu rora ko badok ilo elegan relevant rainin all even meno jagar rong kan tabaragan charbalago chenwan Irene drori pen mo tena nilok chen rain inne ngatongan rainin jarong kagi recet meno me techalage ene mono no ilo cheredo ginami lo rainin ilo ke Elugun lengo kota kata kilo wana lo kain race go kil put merit pello rumin rainin chet mengo me Irene and wawen morgo me Irene morga ge no chon pai arta magalo chono tanara me jimin di ilo kota kata ginara me jirin riko bado parai no charbalo go chet me rain merar chugul ilo USP rik kabujeri ilo elang kabaji di gorit pugi ilo kieneo ilo pejenejeo pejenej imkap sektor go chet kuala kan tabarang carabalit me Irene kamane ilan gartel USP men rongol cima yego eno chon taraktaran chugulin mungkin minin pamilin laban kamolol kumi jawal kumiar ajal toglo chignin elgun railem rainin gan alben legem yawe yam lapta ta ilami gar rongja kabilo koan ilan gar eno chejalaga eno chono me aligun laban kachyo men bawale bran kadir chongla der marongat kadabarak cibara bar kwai lo cibul imengin te lo te kamolul kum kan wawen gen kum yar kwal gitu ngane ilo tere war liri cibulin yum rongol cima yogo pen marong chon cara balo me elap tabaragen kan nana gen riyadot dengan kwat kamolul chonalen pamalin kan agar kilenga win marong nai niger ilo elegun raileban rainin ngan talin mer ko badok elegun next service program in USP ilo nabad ilo yung muntay na war chidik mga yaga prengan kakayur yung kalor purwar yung naji liyu yung magadawan me an pamaling na majar karagay yan ay kaman kalibuyawan Irene lo tiyan ay menit konong pabuye chagig na yung majan yuro malaban purijin kamelim nganan pabuye lo raganot muna yung mayar lo rearan buildingin kajay peri parchonalan cara manawali bumanajan peri iperkachuyo kumol.
If I may ask Deputy Vice Chancellor and the USP staff to lead the way, and then following will be all of us alumni and the students of USP Moldova.
Ako na announcing an talogo me rajpo yan relang atok. Kaya marambar pelin kian me cirik lialak cirik yan nganair ka kiam mangai. Maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes, and then any parbelangan talogo. Kanijina mo dada. Okay, ganana bar announcing an kajuju rome those who need transportation, right? Which transportation ngan mugo moir, okay? Kamolol siamai, bay mijan offer a pajaga wire, and then ganana kam ready kajuj. So rome right which in a jial, okay? Chibaragato lugora me lolo jaga pajaga. Yam servicing any kamana chong rawa bonin. Kanujina molada.
To be flown at half staff for 5 days, beginning on Friday, October the 6th, 2023. Be it resolved that copies of this resolution shall be transmitted to His Excellency David Kabur, President of the Marshall Islands, Honourable Speaker Kenneth Keddy, Interim President of the College of the Marshall Islands, William Breyer, Honourable Minister Wilbur Heine, Minister of Education, and Honourable Dr. Emias Roberts, Chairman of the Board of Regents of the Micronesian Land Grant Program. And be it further resolved that copies of this resolution shall be transmitted to His Excellency President Serangel Whips, Jr., Republic of Palau, Honourable Senate Presidents, Honourable House Speaker, and the Honourable Minister of Education, Dr. Dale J. Dinkins. Signed the 6th day of October 2023 by Dr. Patrick Tilley, President of Palau Community College, and Reverend Billy Corte, Chairman of the Board of Regents of Palau Community College. Komotata.
Haga Komotata, Dr. Threesa, Vice President for Administration and Business Affairs, Stevenson Caton, will be delivering CMI's condolences. Now I would like to call him come to the podium.
Kumul MC. First, I would like to give thanks to our Heavenly Father for giving us this opportunity for us to be able to Benron, Jordan, and Renin, especially in this special occasion. Never thought that we would be gathering here to celebrate a life that I would say was part of our family at the College of the Marshall Islands. But before I say a few words on behalf of the Board of Regents, the CMI senior leadership team, staff, faculties, especially our students, who Dr. Irene loved them so much. I would like to thank the leadership team and the Board of Regents for allowing me to give the most difficult part of my job as one of the vice president at the College of the Marshall Islands. I tried my best to put my other team under the bus later today, but I couldn't do it. So I was told to be the one to give the condolences for CMI and especially to say thank you to Dr. Irene's family. This is going to be really hard, so I'm going to give it really brief and short. But one of the reasons is it's really, really hard to say thank you to the family, especially to tell stories of what Irene had done, not just for the students and the College of the Marshall Islands, but for us at the senior leadership team. There were so many things that have been said about Dr. Irene: visionary, kind-hearted, loving, and caring, and you can name all of those. But there are some few secrets that only a few that have worked with Dr. Irene that would understand. Are deep-rooted and how she take care of education and the people around her. And we at the college had the chance to get to know that. That's why I said I didn't want to do this. I'm a crybaby in my family. So, but first let me introduce myself. I'm known at the college as the Vice President, Stevenson Katon, but among us senior leadership team, I am the black sheep of the team. And I'll share a few stories that us at the college, the senior leadership team worked with Dr. Irene and came to know her from a different angle as leaders of the college. And thanks a lot to Dr. Fly for allowing her to be part of the family. We cannot bring everybody here because it's really hard. There's also a lot of them outside. And this is the second family that Dr. Irene came to know. I understand that the story is she started at the college and then she ended her life and career at the College of the Marshall Islands. And to us, that's really, really touching story. So at CMI, when she started, I heard a lot of positive and of course negative stories of her joining us because she's coming from a different system to an American system. We all know that. Then all of us at the senior leaders team were really afraid and we were looking forward to that challenge. And us at the College of the Marshall Islands, the senior leadership team, we always think that we know everything. I hope we do. And we have some really strong-minded individuals at the College of the Marshall Islands. And Land Grant CMFSM is lucky, and we're not lucky now because one of us has already left us. According to him, he's just leaving, but he will always be with us. So when Dr. Irene came and worked with us, please bear with me, and we were sitting across the table. It was really hard because she was just staring at us and looking at few individuals. I would say that we all want the same thing, but it's just coming from different angles. We were fortunate to work with different presidents, and one thing that we've come to reflect on, because what Dr. Irene always wanted us to do is always reflect. And we always share this, that we hope that this moment, these few moments that we have with Dr. Irene will be a reflection for all of us so that the vision can continue on. We were sitting across from her. It's a new environment for her. It's a new environment for us. And then we started discussing how we're gonna have to do orientation with her. Then when it comes to my orientation, she told me, "You think I don't know anything about numbers? Wait and see." I was so scared. It came to me that she was just trying to challenge me. And we started to work, and we started to get to know her. My good buddy, Elizabeth, you have no idea how we discuss our issues with Dr. Irene. She would just sit there and pretend that everything is okay. Dr. Irene can be a leader, she can be an umpire, she can be a judge, she can be almost everything in our SLT management team meeting. Then at the end of the day, when we leave the room, she will always make sure that we leave with one common understanding, the mission of the College of the Marshall Islands. And that is all because she knows that the reason why we are there. We were supposed to go on Friday. To start one of the programs that she always wanted. She said that when I was at USP, I couldn't get this done. now that we're here, we're going to go to Arkansas, and we're going to make the Marshall study a global impact, that it's not just taught in the Marshall Islands, but it's going to expand to Arkansas and other communities in the US. And she said, Arkansas is just a planting seed. And from there, someone else will worry about it. But we start with Arkansas. I'm sorry. So that was part of something that Dr. Irene always wanted us at our best. It's not easy with working with a leader that wants what is best from you. But it's always, always rewarding. And I can understand why a lot of people are calling Dr. Irene mentor, because she never ever sit in front of you and criticize you. If you don't do a good job, she will tell you, you can do better than that. Never say you didn't do good. And to our good friend Emil, he's the Black Sheep Junior at the College of the Marshall Islands. If I'm not scolded, he's going to be scolded, but for always good reasons. So when all of us heard that Dr. Irene passed, none of us believed that. Even Emil was not happy with me when I informed him of the sudden sad news. He thought that I was telling a joke. And he wasn't happy with the joke that I was telling him because he thought it was a joke. But at the end of the day, if there's one thing that we learned from Dr. Irene is that we learn of a different trait of leader. Because at one time, William and I were thinking and sitting in our room because we wanted to impress Irene, but we wanted to know what type of leader she is. And then we were debating, and I hope we still agree, that Irene was an ideator. And she just need people that are implementer, people that can implement the ideas that she had. She was a visionary, but more than that, she was an ideator. She has so much ideas out there. But then she realized that at the College of the Marshall Islands, as a president, she had so much resources that she can use and utilize. And I was so glad to, and I'm sure all of the SLT team members were so happy to work with different presidents, from Dr. Kenneth Woodbury to Carl Acker to Dr. Teresa, and now to Dr. Irene, because we get to work with them and they were able to mentor all of us. And we wanted to push all of their agenda, and we came to work with a president who was an ideator and wanted what is best from all of us. So every time Irene wanted something, we always say that that's a new idea because it's coming from an ideator. So we thought that that mentorship will stop with us. One time, I presented a report to her, a plan for Arak. I said, now that you've assigned EVP William to complete the CMI master plan, now I'm gonna jump to Arak to create a master plan for Arak. And she said, how much will it be? I said, minimum of 85 million, which we don't have. And she said, I don't care how much it is, develop it. And we started working on it. And when I presented to William, he said, good luck with that. But that idea and that good luck came from someone that always think about ideas. Always wanted to push us, not just us, but CMI. But the problem is we all love that idea. But when I presented the first draft to Irene, she said, you and your team can do better. So I sat around the room and think about myself, how will I do better? Because I have a limit. So I went with her, I went back to her and I said, if you want better, I'm sending 2 of my team members to Fiji. She said, how much it's gonna cost? I'm not gonna say the cost. I said, XX number. She said, what will be the outcome of it? I said, all of the plans that William and I will bring it to you, they will be good, they will not be bad, because I also learned, as an ideator, she loved to see visual plans, something that she can see how it reflects and the outcome of it. So I sent 2 members of the team with the approval of the president. They came back, and the first plan that we presented to her, she was so happy that she was able to push not just myself, but the senior leadership team to send 2 of our team members to go and develop themselves. And that's one of the things, the quality things that I saw about Dr. Irene is she wanted people to develop themselves so that they can build and improve their qualities in their life, personally or professionally. The last thing I want to share, aside from her wanting to develop the staff, I know that there's so many good things that they've talked about Irene. But the one thing that I learned about the students, and Kelly would know this because wherever I go around the campus or maybe run around pretending to be busy, but on the road, if I'm on the road or somewhere in the campus, or maybe run home and trying to relax my brain, and Irene is having a meeting with SGS or the students, she always wanted me to be at campus or inside my office. And the reason why is every time she had the meeting with the students, and there is any issues in my area, she will want to discuss them and want solution right away when it comes to the students. When it comes to staff, it's not that we're not priority. She said we can discuss it at SLT. But when it comes to the students, she wants me to produce the solution on that day, it's not tomorrow. And that's something that I learned and demanded from myself and from my team, because Dr. Irene wants everything to be answered when it comes to the students. And she always said, the reason you and I don't have enough time to sleep, and the reason why I changed my principle of work from 8 to 5 to 8 to 12 or to 24/7, it's because of the students. Lastly, I want to really apologize to the family, especially Dr. Falai, because I know Dr. Irene always worked to 8 to 5, but when she joined CMI, I never heard any complaint from her after a month in the job that she's working 24/7, which broke her principle of 8 to 5 work. So on behalf of the CMI family, I'm sorry that I cannot say thank you enough. Words are not elegant enough because of the atmosphere that we're in. But I hope in our language there is enough word that we can say Komol Dada for sharing a unique, beautiful, valuable life with the College of the Marshall Islands in Dr. Irene. We really appreciate the time that she had spent with us. Although it was only short 3 years, it felt like more than 30 years that she had spent here in the Marshall Islands, she had spent at the College of the Marshall Islands. We had invested so much, and I'm sure you guys have already read it, and that is because of what Irene had done and what we have, the SLT team had come to learn about not just a president, but a person that we learned later on that she was an ideator. She just needed a strong team around her to boost all of the plans and the ideas that she had. With that, again, on behalf of the Board of Regents, students, staff, and the faculties, I would like to say Kumol Dada for sharing your life with us. Kumol.
Moldada Stevenson, especially for emphasizing Irene and how she's larger than life. Before we give it to the family to say something, we will sing M334. I will ask Chaplain Leroy to lead us in the song. Boltada. At this time, we will allow the family to say a few words before we close it.
Yogan Juda and all. Gamodanyananit Bodok and Nanoilodan on behalf of the family, and Malabachuanal and claim Kamolanani Chemerilang, Kenchuan Kuba the Go Malaban Man, and Pamelina and Taafaki. Claim Kamolo Liroy Roar, Ilo Bridge, Alamdada Irojo Alder, Alaveo. Imrujar Walawan. Leader Roaro Chilo national government, you work on Mololer, you all of Roilo local levels, local governments as well. Chiamai family, Alvar Manana Kenkuwa the Ginami, and also our FSM president and Micronesia. Dr. Dereza, thank you also for the wonderful remarks. Friends, I'm not going to elaborate more on the professional life of dear beloved Dr. Irene. Because we all know that in the very beginning of the program, Chinchinoon anagar ajere lang tag programinan. We have heard a lot about her life. Such a beautiful, wonderful life. The services that she has done, come money to our communities, international, national, and also our local communities. But I will just tell the last work that Irene and I worked together before a last time in this fleeting world, Ilo Lalin. If you still recall, in the very beginning of our programs, we shared that Irene came to the Marshall Islands in 1994 as an international pioneer with her husband, Taafaki, and the family. So ragaridongan majalin, enuat jet pioneers, Baha'i pioneers. Ilokabungo jet, we call them missionaries. Ilokabunga jet. Irene served on the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'i of the Marshall Islands for 26 years. Imagine that, 26 years, year. That was from 1996 till 2023. And we know that is a big loss for our community, and also especially our CMI community. Imagine a boat without a captain. What do you think? A boat without a captain. You know, Irene Bassing, when we first heard about this, it was like a power outage on Metro community. Concerns, being kind. We have a lot of thoughts, all of men. But remember, there was only one thing, men, that brings our mind together. It's the unity. The unity that the family, that you shower upon the family. Yon pamilin. that is beyond words. As our remarks also mentioned, Stephen Janaba, there is no words, jalong nan, to explain how grateful we are, the National Spiritual Assembly, especially the dear family of Dr. Irene Taafaki. E cholo chuan nan ke me marumpa, im express e kan changon chipangwa amiyang. The work that CMI did was beyond measure. E cholo chupu chuan marong changoy. Thanks to the CMI leadership, we all came together. We had our meeting in Penron. Manat kamane program again areng. Echavan Bahaya Road program in. And what CMI, we all came together to formulate and work on this program together. And this is the results. Result in Charabalawami areng Penron. Enge will bring joy to the heart of the family. Yalbereng manana. Dear friends, as I mentioned, you know, Irene came here as a pioneer. And I'm very proud to also share with you that the last work Irene and I worked on the week before she passed on to the world beyond. The work that we did was working for another pioneer to come here from Kiribati. We were working on our visa, visa one. So hopefully, by this month or so, she'll join the Baha'i community from Kiribati. Is coming here. To reflect on life, Irene's life. She pioneered when she was 24 years old. And then the last work that she did with the National Spiritual Assembly was work for another pioneer to come to the Marshall Islands. And that is the last thing. And the National Spiritual Assembly will continue to work on that, to ensure that this pioneer comes to the Marshall Islands. And dear friends, please be happy, because Irene's times with us, Yaga lukunai woyoch, yung kaya nga chawai wich, ello ito kang kaya chawai wich, puro mo yung pujin kain man. Irene was a mother, a grandmother, a wife, counselors, leaders to our community. Puyin kain men tumarumba. There is no such word to explain the legacy that she has done and that she has given, poured upon the people of the Marshall Islands and our regional and also the national community and international community. So on behalf of dear Taafaki family, GMI community, we are very grateful to work with you since the very beginnings of Irene's passing. To end my remark on behalf of the family, I will read one final quote to bring out joy in things of Irene's that she's enjoying the life that she is in right now. So we should be happy. And the quote is in your programs. The very beginning of the programs, if you still remember the songs that when she entered here, we played it, huh? ocean of the supreme. I am made death a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendor. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Ani kacheng majale, ejba o nejin udej. Igar kamanman mich, puen rubawaj, mananangan kwe. Edage kwaj promach. Igar kamane alag maram. When punglebele mlewaj maram yom, aibo yom. Yom edage kwaj pineji chene. Chene la lamanagan kodejinin. Remember, this is what Irene as Baha'i, this is what they think about life. Lamanage wairgan nur, Mitch. Kengejin Mitch, that is a joy for us. Chochi chapuromach. Kia yange, ejawa, edagej promach. Imalik tada, ejawayagar kaman man hal, ej kamberer, hal ngan maram, ngan Mitch. Kana kaya ala iledo kay punglebe biyor, iledo ay naman mananangan kajarami. Edaga kwaj pinijiyog chene. Yawengin Mitch, iledo manana ay naman ngan aramich. Edaga kwaj promach. Thank you again on behalf of Irene, Taafaki, and the family, National Spiritual Assembly. Mga kano yun ang mall siya may, kano yun ang mall dada. Bolen elang muni ini kanan war chat kain. Mall.
Yagwe, everyone. I know in Marshallese custom, we have someone speaking on behalf of the family, but we are compelled in this moment with the College of the Marshall Islands that we really want to make an exception, if you don't mind. Apologies for that, so that we can just directly speak to the CMI family. I don't even have the full words. I've been here for 8 days. And for 8 days, CMI has carried my family and held us. And we really needed it. And it shows the love you had for her. And we just want to take a moment to give her heartfelt thanks to the students of the college, to the staff of the college, to the security of the college, to the leadership of the college, to every single person who crossed our paths. We are incredibly grateful, and it is a true testament to how much she loved working at the college, and clearly how much you loved working with her. And we appreciate it. It has not gone unnoticed. We are infinitely grateful. And we are so just happy that she spent her last few years working amongst people she loved, doing work she loved, and planting seeds that will have enormous potential with you. You know, we know that she was an ideas person, as we've heard, and we know she was innovative and creative, but I think we all know that she strongly believed each person has capacity to do great things, and none of that dies just because someone has passed on. Every one of us has that capacity, and she would want you to believe that. She would want you to believe that. Doors aren't closing because she has passed on. I pray they haven't. That would be a shame for her legacy.
the hope would be that everything that she has done and everything that you have in your own capacity and resources amongst your people, amongst your philosophy and so on, is what you need to carry on and be wonderful and serve the students and the population of the Marshall Islands and the region of the Pacific. But I felt compelled to just give our heartfelt direct thanks to you, the college. We are deeply grateful. Como tata.
Dada. As we're closing, I received a request from the student body if someone could say something on behalf of the students. So if you're ready, Faith, whoever is coming, please come to the podium.
Yahweh, is not part of the program, but the Student Government Association, we do not want to sit by, because we are, sorry, because Dr. Irene has done so many things for our students, especially to the SGA. During her time, there has been 4 SGA's president that worked underneath her and worked beside her. And yes, each one of us were intimidated when we first got to meet her. I, for one, I remember my first executive council meeting. I walked into the boardroom, you know. I was there first because I wanted to make a good impression. So I walked in and then just waiting, and there's Dr. Irene coming in, and she sat down, and I'm just sitting there quietly like, do I go up to her or do I stay? Do I go up to her or do I stay? And then we made eye contact. She was like, oh, I didn't know you were there. I was like, hi. So she came up towards me. She's like, are you the new Student Government Association president? I was like, yes, I am. She's like, she just grabbed my hand firmly, looked directly in my eye, like, it's great to meet you. I'm excited to see what you have for us this year. And as presidents, we both understood, and all of us understood the weight of having the weight of the school on shoulders. For me, for us presidents, it was the students. For her, is everyone else. But even though, oh gosh, sorry. Even though the stress of it, we had the same vision of helping the students become better. We had the same ideas, excited for new activities. The same visions that we had planned having a conference for all future upcoming student leaders coming up. She was so excited about it. She was all for it. And we were excited that she was excited, so everything was amazing. Everything was just exciting. I'm sorry. I'm so As every year, there's new officers, new student leaders. She's always looking forward to meeting them, always looking for their plans, hearing their plans or their activities. She was always supportive of us, making sure everything is okay, making sure we're okay, and always supporting all of our ideas and our vision, especially when it comes to our culture. Every year, she was always excited about Monday of the Week. And this year, Monday of the Week, it was our first Monday Week we had since COVID. So she was so excited for it, and she was so supportive for it. And I'm sorry, I'm just thinking back all the times that she was, oh, thank you. She was always supportive of our activities, always making sure we're like I was saying, every year she was excited to see what we have planned. She was excited to meet new students. She was excited to hear all of our reports, how students are, and in every monthly meetings, she endured our complaints from the students. And she doesn't complain about it. She just sits there, listen carefully, and just take it all in. And she's like, okay, what are we gonna do about it? We're like, yes, what are we gonna do about it? Okay, let's see. We all. With that being said, I'm just rambling at this moment. Dr. Irene, she was an amazing woman. She did everything for us. Her vision was to bring up future leaders, making sure our Manit was still alive, making sure we are well and the culture is alive with us, and making sure that we reach our full potential. Maybe that's why we find her intimidating, because she knows we have potential, and she make it known for us to. Her expectation of us was high, but she's always impressed that we meet it. I know that I speak for the students that we will forever miss her. We will miss her coming down for activities, smiling, looking over. She does enjoying everything and everything around her. We are thankful that we could spend this moment with you guys and grieve along, because she is not only our leader, she was our mentor. For some of us, a mother, as a big sister. And we are incredibly thankful that we get to spend this time with you guys also. Thank you.
More than faith and SGA for all the kind and wonderful words. You rest now, Irene? Rest well. We got this. I now call upon Chaplain to come and close with the prayer.
Lewat kecala ke tomorrow is our last day together. Kajangan ni kamane period ilo chia turunod may roge. So the family would be so happy also to see your radiant faces tomorrow. Alangem yam yang berjin joyum nei ruto mga kumangat kamani kumagara ni ramol.
Jadi parjar alik tada gia, elang nana ko kemarong jagi, anit cenderung kena nurina, cenkala jam lu ailingkin, nugunin paranuat, cet nana ko ngane malakoy, MKB mis peridini namlo, kalajin, yo me alap karkenu no kage, kenistrin me orang. Ajon green kalag education. Akchala lagu jan loy lengki. Jaram manim pamlina. Nana ko be kem be jagi ni ka prong jagi kar jinjungan jam lagun. Jinjuyan rutungan kiyo. Emi be jangan an sebelah. Jaram man kem be parchonalen. Tada pamlina cia main. Mar ko ba dongan ka mani yeni na. Idurun buri deni na. Ma ura ka bujitan buru. Morgan yenin den ngajar. Ilo dan Jesus. Am badal Gabriel ono. Amen.
Chonro. Right again. Chonro. Right again. Alang.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check. Man.
Chonro. Nga yawa ngan olep bahayero. Eko chojim brelang ato ba kajentan wan malagadam kamane yeni lomi je aroj. Kani jina mall dada. Ewe ka chida ki bereng olip nga kaya marong kan ni chiaga man. Kanu jine mall. Ewe kaya un malagadum chinu yini nareng. Modada Allah pang and olip. Allah pang. Sorry, then I don't have the programs in front of me, chalo program, but as we go along, in magi create another program. Moda yanareng un malak pat chunalin, kamolo lanich, chemeri langken chun kubada gayaman. Kilem kamolo all even kanonogo. All the remarks from the very beginning of the programs, relong the Gwan Irene, and Kamolo Lerol. Before we start, may I kindly ask one of the youth, Junian Youth Irene, Paran Marong Kabalog Yanin Aranganchar, followed by a song, per song by the Baha'i community, all of us today. Oliverankia. Marang kachida ki pen chuan youth pen itogum kabalog yani narangan chuan char.
O Lord, O thou whose mercy hath encompassed all, whose forgiveness is transcendent, whose bounty is sublime, whose pardon and generosity are all embracing, and the lights of whose forgiveness are diffused throughout the world. O Lord of glory, I entreat thee fervently and tearfully to cast upon thy handmaiden, who hath ascended unto thee, the glances of the eye of thy mercy, Robe her in the mantle of thy grace, bright with the ornaments of the celestial paradise, and sheltering her beneath the tree of thy oneness. Illumine her face with the lights of thy mercy and compassion. Bestow upon thy heavenly handmaiden, O God, the holy fragrances born of the spirit of thy forgiveness. Cause her to dwell in a blissful abode. Heal her griefs with the balm of thy reunion, and in accordance with thy will, grant her admission to thy holy paradise. Let the angels of thy loving kindness descend successively upon her and shelter her beneath the blessed tree. Thou art verily the ever-forgiving, the most merciful, the all-bountiful. Abdul Baha.
Kamu dada APM Tojian. Okay, ngakajemarong on malagotum kajochuan areng ali pendron. A prayer song. Thank you. Ako kaya nga lipen ron. He's a warrior, good merong yo amo anis, gaman menin, joranin sabsel Iloien melesongo imilo ien goise babwe gazime alcoa is a warrior good merong yo amo gaman bemenin zoran sabsel maya Iloien melesongo imiloien goise babwe gazime alcoa Denanin razam gozen que gozani kaliksap gede baryoan So the Taafaki family, that was the prayer for tests and difficulties by the Bab. Maybe this time it would be most appropriate. Here, the remark from the local spiritual assembly. Aranga kachidak ipen local spiritual assembly wareng chabrod obijaro on mando. Yem kanono ilo tan chukjukun pare wareng. Ilo mejeroin. Yem paraino tan rome raku wado yem chukjukun pare kochet. Ilo ipae kamuche. Ako boleh reji to what? You may baru dukcet bar family members and Taafaki. Aku jaman ke baral Ali Penron. So this is one of the prayers by Baha'u'llah for praise and gratitude. Kaya malaga teman. Ela vedeu edam o heroes aganis gueo imaole me no them says res kabungani imese loksuan Goes kabungane o esiros inaole me no them says imesabarium zabrewan yo ezela me no de says Esse loxiwan men subselegagi Garganan be armezo them says Gananyo zelongim Gargamane meno them says him gamane langam lam Gargamane meno them says him gamane langam lam Gojani zin kasur ai mujo jinjo zebare selo hani zelo surda adha you is la meno dem sezi esse loxi wen men sub se legage guarganan be han me so dem ses ren se legage he o hơn menin Denan yo zen longim guarga mane meno them says im ke mane langum lang guarga mane meno them says em cơ mani lang lang bahalang 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 bahalang. Now I will give this time Menilagyanin to the chairman of the local spiritual assembly if you're here, or it can be either the secretary, the treasurer, one of the officers of the local spiritual assembly to come and convey the remarks on behalf of our Baha'i community on Majuro. Come on.
Thank you very much. The Majuro Local Spiritual Assembly would like to call upon Mr. Freddie Jimwe to give a talk on behalf of the Baha'i community. Thank you.
Yahweh Malapa Tifren. On behalf of our dear local spiritual assembly, plus the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the Marshall Islands, I'm honored to stand here to give a remark on behalf of the Baha'i community of the Marshall Islands. First, I would love to thank Baha'u'llah, thank God for this evening. A special thanks to our dear Dr. Irene Taafaki, Dr. Fly River Taafaki, and the Taafaki family. My word and our word from our community is not adequate to show what our dear Irene did for our community as a Baha'is here in the Marshall Islands. All her service for the faith was very big and huge that really guide all of us and accompany us in this path of service. Dr. Irene, she was a leader for all of us in the Baha'i community. We are all here on behalf of the whole community in the Marshall Islands to pay her respect and show her and the family our love for her and all her service for the faith in the Marshall Island. She served Baha'u'llah with all her heart, with the company of her dear husband and a support from the whole family. Dear Irene, she was a mother, she was a true servant of Baha'u'llah for the people of the Marshall Island. We feel her love every time she's in a present in a meeting or an devotional or any Baha'i gathering. Dear friend, we are all understand why we are all here tonight, this evening. We didn't want to stay, we want to come and show our love to our dear Irene on our way to Hapa Kingdom. On behalf of the Baha'i Friend, the LSA, the National Spiritual Assembly of the Marshall Island, we will continue to pray for her soul and also include all our family in our prayer. Kananagan riyat, dear friend, lewa chuanan in halapa, pumol dadang anolip.
Thank you so much, Freddie. That was wonderful. That you conveyed the remarks on behalf of our National Spiritual Assembly. Now, maybe before, okay, I'll give it to Sultan.
Allah, dear friends. Since Irene's passing, all of us have responded quickly to assist the family. And I think it's befitting for me this evening to express on behalf of the Taafaki family, the family's deepest gratitude and love for all of you, the Baha'i community, for expressing such love in your actions from the first day when we heard of her passing until now. The spirit of unity that you reflected in all of your actions, together with CMI family and others that have responded favorably and positively to what had happened on Friday morning. And on behalf of the Taafaki family, I want to thank all of you and the CMI family for the immense contribution towards preparing this very splendid, dignified funeral and wake for our late Irene Taafaki. And I'm honored to be here to speak on their behalf, and also to go along with other people that have said their remarks today about all the contributions that she had made towards the Marshall Islands government and the faith here in the Marshall Islands. We all know Irene. She's been with our community for 20 plus years in 1994. And we all know how she impacted our lives as Baha'is, as individuals. And she really wanted every single Baha'i to develop, not only academically, but also spiritually. And she was always here with us during devotional meetings, and I really appreciate all that she's done for all of us. Me as a youth, growing up here, and knowing the family, I really appreciate it very much. And it's all about nan alabalok nan, jalawata nan in kamolol, kile kencongan, yang magadin mek cujungin berinan bayar, narongar yang magadga ke cincino nangar, cagol late ciden puro Irene, ngan rainin lo cidabun ipendonum puruguk, itama kene cidabun pa, ilo yenin, ila kamolo lidon family nan fly majiren nejin kun ibu ibu kun cibang raja pujar gair dok jen juga kan beran pai pensia mai male roja tar ko badu kun bedu cibang gair ilo celok wawain go me cibarang kemelele ako cibang kina mi ale tar barang kamano boy yedi nejin minilo mijinan dalabin jineren jon yen mejo me lugun wayne ko mai bojo yim alabare mol ga wayne me chalo banana alabala ginan pa ginan parchonal en kambol ko mo jole olen pa harorat ko badok ilo chodinin rainin local spiritual assembly yo national spiritual assembly yo auxiliary board member roar in parainot moldada
Komol children Amboto Ganano on behalf of the Taafaki family. Kanu jina molada. Ako pala nilo terrain, kaya ni iwan mal ako dom. Lelok menintri amuaroj. Ilo areng pala na alip penron. Imchuda kit pen Irene. Thank you.
Zagiloa ni main word bawin yakwe I main word bawin yakwe un galing lo ngani so eko sarina Eko zarilang garmi se deug magi im kobrak yoket se debum derya mo im so Sarilang garmi se deog magi im gograk yoket se debum deryamo im so Rina.
Nyaga lo daring yang wan mal ko dum. Kalau menim promo juga haro jum ya wakir. Kani jena mall. Kacide bin media ngamar wan mal ko dum. Kajawalan mall.
Oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made, oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made that a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy.
Okay, jolabar kaya ni take photo together. Yalange ererelo. Molot. All bereng lan min kaya ni bijay pen with Taafaki family. Mol dada.
I have made, oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made that a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve?
Okay, meme jab kaya rin roach ngererelo kaya ni bijay pen ron. Kani jena mall.
I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made, oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made that a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made,
Okay, we are now going to take a group photo with dear Irene, with the Baha'i community from the Marshall Islands and the Taafaki family. Small.
A messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made, oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made, oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the light to shed on thee its splendors. Why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, why dost thou veil thyself therefrom? Oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made, oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made, oh, Son of the Supreme, I have made a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy, a messenger of joy to thee. Wherefore dost thou grieve? Wherefore dost thou grieve? I made the to shed on thee its splendor.